today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. The first reading giveaway we'll be doing is we will be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that giveaway. The other reading we are doing today is we will be doing a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch any of those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. Before we begin, though, most important question: how are you guys feeling today? There are no wrong answers. Scale of 1 to 10. Let me know how we're doing. We've got midsummer. Grand Rising, Adina. So good to see you. And Channeling. So good to see you as well. Thank you so much for the likes, and thank you for sharing the live. V, always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you also for recharging your heart needs today, friends. If you'd like to have that animal spirit guide card when we do the 1-card readings for subscribers, make sure that you're re-upping your 1 cards. Guys, make sure that you give Adina a follow. Had an absolutely lovely podcast with her earlier this year. You can find it over on their site and also over on my Substack in the collaboration section. Hi there, One Real. Welcome. Summer solstice to you as well, V. Oh, this energy right now. It's intense. You know, I wanna talk. We're gonna talk a little bit about frustration. We're gonna talk about navigating through frustration. You know, we've been having I gotta walk you through a little bit of what we're experiencing right now. We've been talking about this. We're coming out of a very intense Gemini season. Why was the Gemini season that we just experienced so intense? There was a profundity of planets in Gemini as we navigated through Gemini season. Now, we've talked about the fact that, you know, Gemini energy in general is all about working with the array. It's about being adaptable. It's being able to see the possibilities around the self. It's working into the context of understanding that healthy manifestations are not simply what we reach for, but the gift that we have with a healthy manifestation is the fact that it opens us up to the possibilities that are around us. We talk a lot about the fact that, you know, the journey of a healthy manifestation isn't just in getting things. It's the observation of the journey within the self that one arrives to as you move towards it. Now, here's the thing. And we were also going through a majority of this Gemini season with Mars and Leo. And Mars and Leo, as we discussed, is all about leading with compassion, how much work it takes to be able to lead with compassion. We just entered Mars in Virgo. We just had a bunch of planets move into Cancer. And so it can feel like a pretty fast about face energetically, okay? It's like the shoulder that gets cold very quickly. And why is that? Why do we see that to a certain extent? And we talk a lot about this. You know, Mars in Leo is Braveheart energy. It's all about the sense of understanding how much work it takes to be able to not navigate and operate in a state of compassion. Now, this is the hard part about that. Often there is a misconception that compassion is weakness. But we've also spoken about the fact of the difference between weakness and vulnerability, which is weakness is something that is non-intentional. It's just a state that one finds oneself in. Vulnerability, the work that we see that we often describe, and again, coming out of the Sag full moon, because I often associate the strength card with Sag energy, it's understanding that vulnerability is a point of strength, how much hard work it takes to be vulnerable, right? And we also see the fact that we've got with the combination force of Mars moving into Virgo, and at the same time, just a few days ago, both Jupiter and Mercury moving into Cancer. It's it's a lot of that. I want to say it's working through the frustration in terms of not mistaking kindness for weakness, right? The difference in relationality to the fact that when we're compassionate about things, we often get protective of over them, right? We work very much into the state of preciousness. Now, this is also something that we've been discussing a lot in the observation of a lot of the work that we do when we enter Cancer season. Now, one thing I love, I totally love Cancer lessons. I love the journey that we often experience when we navigate through Cancer season, because it's a big conversation in relationality between the space of the egoic self and the internal self, right? There's this misconception that one needs to completely shed the ego as one moves towards the process of spirituality. But we also have to understand we have an ego for a reason. Everything that we have is a gift. And the ego itself, when we think about the ego and we talk like, what do we say here? We say the fact that the ego is the defense mechanism, right? It's something that comes up within us to protect us. And this is why we also have to be careful in order to maintain it. Because when we have an ego that's too big, what happens? We get really sensitive about stuff all the time. We get overly sensitive. We're like, you know what I mean? We've all had those moments, right? But we can't get rid of the ego at all, because we also talk about here the fact that the ego is there to protect our standards more than anything else, right? Because often, and this is why our vulnerability is a gift, when we feel safe, when we feel in a space in order to be vulnerable, that vulnerability is usually best articulated by what? The ability to be surrounded by those who hold their standards as if you would their own. This is why that's why you can't just meet someone and be like, open up to me. Be like, what are you talking about? Like, the ability to open up to another person is not one that we can control, because it's the ability to feel etherically safe to do so. And that's beautiful. And this is what we do as we build healthy relationships. We come to understand each other. We build that space of trust and vulnerability. But one of the things that we see with a lot of the Cancerian lessons is the understanding that the journey of the ego, we can look at it a lot like a crab, right? What's cool about a crab? Much like different than some other mollusks, the outside of a crab is very similar in terms of what's within. It's not going all extra. Okay? It's not going, I mean, like, it is the carapace by which the vulnerable part is protected. And so when we think about our egos in this way, it allows us an ability to understand that you can both have a healthy spiritual journey, but also be very stable and secure in the self. And in fact, that is important, because it's the ability to protect the part of the self that one holds reverently, that we act in accordance with what our ideals are. So but at the same time, and I just kind of been cautioning about this, like the energy that it just shifts into, like the boom 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 that we experienced recently with Jupiter and Mercury moving into Cancer, and then Mars moving into Virgo. I would not be surprised if you're feeling extremely hypersensitive right now, and this may be having an impact on relationships. I will also stress this is also fortifying a lot of those partnerships that are coming into being right now. You'll recall we've talked a lot about the fact that these were magician partnerships that have been forming from about the time that Mars stationed direct up until Mercury and Venus woke up behind Neptune a few weeks ago. Now, a lot of that work, what was the prioritization point of those relationships? Authenticity, the ability to be the authentic self. But we also saw that there was a slowness that was coming in relationality to that energy moving towards one another. Why? For a whole encapsulation to all of these lessons that we just discussed, the vulnerability that is earned in the space of being able to feel safe, particularly because we recognize that a lot of these energies in separation right now are healing from situations or circumstances wherein past counterpart did not embody a manifestation. And what does it mean when one does not embody a manifestation? It's easy to say that you want a manifestation, but it's very different to move in accordance to it. And often when we're not in that space of integrating the manifestation, we can create trauma in those around us because it can often feel like the energy of the words that don't match the action. But what we see even now is a lot of that energy seeking authenticity and finding a counterpart. This is building a lot of that stabilization as it moves deeper into connection. We also see here a lot of the energy, those chariot partnerships that are also moving deeper into connection. What are we identifying with a lot of those chariot relationships? These were relationships that were prioritizing. These were the relationships that were prioritizing stability, right? They were prioritizing stability above all. And these were the relationships that were forming between the time that Mars stationed direct up until Mercury and Venus woke up behind Neptune. Everything after that has been the magician energy. Now, for a lot of the energy right now that's working towards those spaces, we see that a lot of those relationships, that ability of unpacking the vulnerability necessary to move deeper into connection, they're understanding and working through the lesson that healing is not linear. Why is healing not linear? Because, again, much like a molting process that we see in a crab, right? That same work that we have to do to build resiliency as we approach relationship, we then work to release and let go of as we move deeper into connection, because it's the observation of the understanding of being in the presence of another who holds our standards as if they were their own. But that's hard, right? It can feel very triggering. There's a lot of abandonment wounds that can come up in the process. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union. And for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, we were identifying that there was a maturation process that was occurring right now as it relates to the manifestation goal. I would not be surprised if there's a lot of manifestations that are changing, because we observe and recognize that, much like we saw, right, that possibility that expands as we arrive towards a manifestation. This is often why our manifestations tend to grow as we progress closer towards them, because that ability of, again, being able to see the possibilities, this is all the kind of work we would expect during Gemini season. So that ability of being adaptable, that ability of being productive, there's a lot of expansion there, but it also can feel somewhat overwhelming, because it's navigating, right? Like, often at the arrival of seeing the possibilities, it almost requires a little bit of, I keep on saying, it requires a little bit of that energetic peace to arrive, so that you can kind of allow, I keep on hearing like allowing something to settle, as it were. And this brings us to the heart of what we're seeing right now, because I feel like, especially with today, hitting this moment, right? We've got this beautiful energy today, which can feel like it can feel a lot. It can feel like there's a huge expansion point, but we are hitting like an equinox moment. And I feel like this is bringing us into a lot of these energies right now, the energy in separation that is moving into temperance. And why do we see that during this time, that we see a lot of the energy right now shifting out of magician and into temperance? Because it's the understanding that the work that we do on the self is the greatest gift that we bring into connection. Because when we do the work of the self, when we truly know ourselves, that is the gift that we bring with us into connection. That's the ability of not feeling like you're trying to find yourself in a connection, right? Because often when we try to find ourselves in a connection, we don't know where we're going, right? We can never find ourselves in a connection, but when we find ourselves, we find connection, because that ability, as we described, the ability to understand the journey of the self, to understand one's direction, That is something that is aspirational that you arrive with. You don't seek from. And that's why we see that, like, it's like I keep on hearing this is a lot of the energy and separation that is working on recognizing and identifying the embodied lessons, right? So this is a lot of the work that basically says, I do the work on the self. I do the work on myself to know the self as well as possible. Because when we do so, then that allows us to actually build into healthy counterpart, because it's the understanding of looking towards the adaptability, not just articulating upon what it is we're trying to do, but also being able to be clear upon what we need, but not necessarily even what we need, but rather what we want to help facilitate moving in accordance. So it's all about those, like, I like it because especially, and it makes a lot of sense given the fact that we've like entered this salt, like this period of the equinox, that space of understanding the recognition of the self is what's bringing a lot of that harmony. That is all. That is a recap of what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. But if you would like to see that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. If you'd like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. One moment. Excellent. Just putting in the offer there. Excellent. And good to see you. And thank you again. Good to see you, One Real. Happy solstice to you as well, V. Profundity and love. That profundity. I love that word. It's a good word, right? Good to see you today, Ryan. Grand Rising, Haley. The live show paused for everyone else, right? Did it pause? I didn't see it pause. So if you pause, please let me know. Hope everyone's having a most beautiful Friday. I hope you are having one as well, Haley. Good to see you today, little vamp. No, okay, so others did not see it pause. Good to know. Thank you, Erica, for those gifts, dear. Yeah, it might be. I don't know if my comment went through, but yes, I can see and hear her. Thank you for letting me know, Haley. Haley. Yes, originally comment went through. Good to know. Nikki, welcome, dear. Good to see you. I hope you're having a wonderful day, Haley. Grand Rising, Ryan. Helena, good morning. Good to see you, dear. I've got you back on the list too. Haley, yes, I'm trying to do too much at once, taking a step back to breathe. Continue to do so, Haley. Makes so much sense. And Lucy, thank you for the follow. How are you doing today, Erica? Hi there. How are you doing, Dandy? All right, friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the second person read for today. Also, I want to give you guys a couple of updates before we move into our daily collective. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Temperance card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Devil card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Class Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you a recap on everything we've been seeing in the cards. I'll be doing our best to give you a recap on everything we've been studying in the cards, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything that we have learned or have studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, Not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary, if you so choose to receive one, a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a subscriber or paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will give you insights on my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know, you'll also be able to find my Mystic Meditation articles there, which will let you view updates on what we've been seeing energetically in article form. I just wrote one recently on this Sagittarian full moon that we experienced in Gemini season. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. I would encourage, if you purchase the series, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal to utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. We do angelic guidance here. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do dream interpretation. We do mediumship. We do pet readings. We do animal spirit guide readings. You can find the full list over on my tree that has links in it in my bio. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And also, please keep in mind, we are doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway is we will be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And the other giveaway we'll be doing today is we will be doing a free reading for the highest gifter. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that as well. Hi there, Team Ilsana. Welcome, Tiffany. So good to see you today. Ava, good to see you, dear. How are you doing today? And thank you for recharging your heart needs, Ryan. Helena, we've got you back on the list. Thank you for coming back. You'll be the first person read for today. And thank you for the follow, Lucy. Oracle, thank you so much for those gifts. Ella, thank you for the hearts. Hold on a minute. I got you, channeling. I have to get on a dumb work call. Okay. You could go do the work call. We'll still be here, dear. And user Clarissa, thank you for the follow. Oh no, yep, exactly. I am Italian, Damasita. And thank you for the follow, dear. Ellen, I've got you on the list here. You'll be the second person read for. Ava, do I have a favorite king or queen in the tarot? I like them all, but I have to say, you know, there's so, I mean, I am a big, I love the Queen of Wands. I love the Queen of Wands because, and we were talking about this yesterday, or that was it yesterday? Was it the other day? I love the Queen of Wands because, and we taught, I can't wait to do the class on her. But I love the fact that we see that the Queen of Wands basically holds like a flower and a stick, right? Like it's like the flower and the wand, but it's a conversation. And again, it's everything in relationality to what we've been talking about in the readings over the last few days, which is it's the difference between like weakness and vulnerability. When we're vulnerable and it's honored in that context, it's the space of understanding how hard it is to remain vulnerable even when you're strong. Like that's what's so beautiful about the fact that we see that there's that adaptability in that particular queen in relationality to the ability to kind of like navigate things with choice, right? Like the ability of kind of having to holding the standard or articulating upon vulnerability. That is the gift of the integrated self. For masculine, I think that the King of Cups is really beautiful in that way too, because it's very similar in the space of seeing the fact that is a king that has to be on turbulent water, but the water might be turbulent beneath them, but they're able to find a lot of that stabilization point upon which they rest. So I like the fact that I feel like those cards basically have a lot of conversation in relationality to the integrated self, and also about the differences that often masculine and feminine have to embody as it relates to working to a point of balance, right? Masculine, always going through that journey of trying to find the balanced emotions. Feminine, trying to honor the emotions by being able to be intentional in relationality to how they're able to express them or how they're able to communicate them. So, I mean, I do love, I mean, I love all of the cards, but when I have to talk about towards the kings and the queens, those would probably be my two favorite because I find that they have very, very compelling conversations that exist within the card construction. Excellent, Helena. I'm so glad that you came back to us today. And thank you for those. Thank you for helping me reach my crown goal today, Damasita. Queen of Wands is my favorite too. Thank you, Nikki. It's a good one. I mean, I also love a Queen of Swords. I love all of them, but Lolita, thank you for the follow. She does have such rich imagery. I mean, listen, Pamela Coleman Smith was absolutely brilliant in the way that they created the cars. I mean, she just did a phenomenal job. And a cute little kitty cat, exactly. As I mentioned, friends. Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you to say, Damasita. And again, if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, feel free to correct me. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my I'm good. I'm glad I'm here. I'm nailing your name. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for. Pregnancy and medical. We do angelic guidance here, highest priority messages from spirit. We do life path. We do, I always forget the full list. You can find the full list. You can find the full list over on the tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. The Queen of Swords has a lot of butterflies. I just realized. Yes, but you have to understand too, the nice thing about the Queen of Swords is the Queen of Swords is all about the enhanced perspective, right? It's all about the journey that allows for the context by which we see. And I love to point this out. The Queen of Swords almost looks like giant, because they separate. They're so, them and the king, they're so far from the landscape of the ground beneath them. But it's a conversation in relationality to being able to have perspective upon things, right? That's why we see so much of the butterfly energy there, because it's very much like the space of like air sign, which is like moving very much into the intellectual space of mind. Oh, Taja, thank you so much for the compliments. Angelic, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. I hope you are well. I hope you are safe. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. We are also doing 2 giveaways right now. Our first giveaway will be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Our second giveaway will be a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received it before. So I wish you guys, thank you guys so much for helping to support the live. All you do to join to get a reading, Taja, is send the donation via my tree that is being sent in my bio. It's 3 cards for 29 for non-subscribers. All right. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Also, please remember, if you have information that you feel is necessary for a reading today, if you have, for instance, a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, please be sure to include it. You can either include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. That said, no better time than to begin. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, June 20th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are our 4 of Pentacles in its upright, in combination with our Knight of Wands in its upright. Let's talk a little bit about this energy. So, there's a lot of intensity that we're experiencing with this energy right now. And I think that a lot of the intensity that we're experiencing to a certain extent, I want to stress this. It's working. It's like it's an expansion moment. You know, that's the thing we're seeing. And when we're going through expansion moments, there's a lot of stuff that can come up. Why are we experiencing some of that expansion? We've got amazing alignment right now. We've got amazing planetary alignment. We've got a lot of this energy that we're also experiencing right now as it relates to the fact that we've got Mercury and Cancer. Mercury and Jupiter, they're also in Cancer, in combination with the fact that Mars has also moved into Virgo. Now, one of the things that we observed and we were talking about was a lot of this Gemini season had to do with working into the space of the array, right? There's a lot of moving parts there. There's having to do a lot of different things, building into that pathwork of energetic expansion. Now, what do we effectively see that's occurring during this time? One of the things that we're also like right on the cusp of a Cancer season. So I feel like what we're really experiencing right now collectively is almost like a bit of, I want to say, like, it feels like a little bit of egoic expansion. But the reason that we see that there's egoic expansion that's happening, and we were going to talk a lot about this now that we're coming into Cancer season, is it's working into the context of identifying and recognizing what feels like it is supportive to the self. Now, one of the things that we see that happens, and I love that we identify this and we talk a lot about this as it relates to Cancer season, is Cancer season, you'll notice that those who are Cancerian have a tendency of being very precious with who they're energetically vulnerable with. We also see the fact that those who have Aries placements, they can have a little bit of that like jumpiness. Now, one of the reasons that we see that this is occurring right now has to do with the ability of moving through or working through frustration. Now, frustration can be very expansive, but also it can talk to us, right? The frustration that we experience helps us understand where our wounds are, right? And in that context, we have to understand that everything is a gift to a certain extent, even in the space that we get frustrated. Because when we're frustrated and we project it on others, it's not the space of being able to recognize and identify what the wound is that's being protected by the frustration. But when we do the work of the self, we're often able to see, right? The frustration we feel tells us where our wounds are. They indicate to us the spaces and places that we need to work on in relationality to helping us heal our intimacy. This is this is why I'm seeing right now this could feel like some tender stuff because I keep on getting like there's something about like I need to point out like the thing about this energy that we're feeling right now, especially with like the solstice that's hitting, is the fact that it can feel like a lot of I feel like it's like the solstice of tender buttons, if you will. Like I want to show you. Like, do you see this four of like this is like these are this is the four of this is a four of pentacles with the Knight of Wands. But this is why, right? Like this is what we talk about. This is all that temperance energy that we discussed, right? Because tender buttons, if you will, help us understand where our wounds are, right? And when we're doing the work of understanding them effectively, they help us know ourselves more. They help us identify what it is, like where, like what it is that we're still working on healing. And that's why, I can see even now, like for a lot of the energy in separation, all of that work, right? Being able to articulate, to be able to identify, to be able to effectively move through something in a way that you better understand the shape of how you feel. This is why we see that so many of those energies in separation are bringing a lot of trepidation into those new connections because what happens when we don't know our tender spots, right? We can sometimes work into the space where it feels like others that's how we create those relationships that it feel like we're walking on eggshells because the ability to identify that one is triggered, right? And we talk a lot about this here. There are some triggers you might never get rid of, right? Like I keep on hearing triggered for a reason. It's not about the fact of being de-triggered, but when we know our triggers, right? When we're able to understand the source of the energetic trigger, it allows us to be able to build into the context of, again, both trying to heal through it, but also giving those around us the things they need to navigate those moments when we're feeling more energetically vulnerable. And this is why I keep on hearing that this is what is beautiful in relationality to these new relationships that are forming. This is why we see that the energy in separation is arriving into this. They're like arriving into this summer. They're arriving into this summer solstice, and they're moving into temperance because it is the observation that through the journey of understanding the self are we able to build the healthy relationship, right? That is what we mean when we talk about becoming perfect because there is no such thing as perfect. And often, right, like often if we try to move towards perfection, this is often when we start experiencing like emotional or egoic collapse because perfect is not something that you can find on a map. It's the journey of perfecting the self. There's always something that you can improve upon. It's not about being perfect. It's about the understanding of the self. It is understanding, it is understanding how we move. It's understanding the full embodiment of ourselves. And when we understand ourselves effectively, we can not only communicate to others how we are, but we can also let them know when we're feeling triggered, when we're feeling frustrated. And that ability of doing so, right? That is like the mapping, the mapping of the self that is the gift in healthy partnership. Because when you're building into healthy partnership and you know what it is that you want and you know who you are and you identify what it is you work on, no greater gift than you give the counterpart than the map of the self, because it doesn't require them to have to, try to figure you out. Like, you don't have to figure it out. I know who I am, right? And we're never perfect in that, right? And often this is the beauty of, again, healthy relationship. They help us, like, healthy relationships are spaces where we help each other map better, right? Like, it's the observation of the modality wherein we're able to see more, right? That is the beauty of the healthy partnership. It's not only the fact that you're working on your own map, but you're also doing so with another who's also equally invested in doing so for them as well. So this is a keep on hearing, like, welcome to temperance energy for separation. It's mutual mapping, as it were. Center card for today's spread is, we have here, I love it, we've got here the Six of Pentacles in its upright. Why do we see the Six of Pentacles that's arriving here? Because what we're effectively identifying with a lot of this Six of Pentacle energy has to do with, I keep on hearing, situations or circumstances, like wherein, and we're seeing this even now with a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into connection. And these are a lot of those, I keep on saying, these are a lot of those magician relationships that are building into the space of deepening connection. Why is the energy moving deeper into connection? It is the space of confidence. It is finding that uplift in confidence. And why is the energy, the magician energy, moving deeper into partnership right now? Because we see that ability, remember, we talked about the fact that for a lot of those magician partnerships that were forming from about the time that Mars and Venus stationed, Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune up until around today, a lot of that work that we're effectively or energetically seeing has to do with the observation of building into relationships where the prioritization point is effective authenticity. That authenticity is the expression point, right? The energy that was working on being authentic. Because when we are authentic and we embrace ourselves, we operate in the space of our own majesty. And when we operate in the state of our own majesty, we become a beacon for those that also gravitate towards us in that way. So there's a lot of that energy that, again, already working into those Cancerian lessons, right? Because the Cancerian lesson talks to us about the fact that the journey of the egoic self isn't one that requires you to have to shed it entirely. It's the journey that says, make sure the outside matches the inside, right? Make sure what is energetically expressed is authentic to what is within. Because when you have that expression of the outside that matches the inside, then the ability to move deeper into connection with another feels like a wonderful, delightful surprise, because it's just more of the same, but it's more complicated, right? It's more beautiful. It's very much in the same, it's in the same timber as what it is that we experience outside of the self. And that confidence, right? The ability to build, this is why we see that these relationships were taking longer to form, because these were relationships that were healing from situations and circumstances where they experienced, in one way, shape, or fashion, a disembodied manifestation. And what is a disembodied manifestation? It's the observation of, again, when we're not working in harmony with our manifestations, that is the articulation of effectively saying something, right? But not moving in accordance to it, or simultaneously working through the difficulty point of potentially feeling the inauthenticity of what another said in relationality to what it is that they truly aspired for. Both of those can create a lot of trust issues, because it's the observation. And again, I'm not surprised to see it, because remember, we talked a lot about the fact that Gemini season helps us work through the lessons between the difference between fickleness and pragmatism. What is fickleness? It's changing just for the sake of change. It can often articulate a lack of comfortability. Whereas when we're pragmatic, we are expansive as it relates to moving towards a manifestation goal, because we try to be adaptable within it in order to have those energetic breakthrough points. So that's why we see even now that for a lot of the energy doing that work, articulating upon the adaptability, recognizing and identifying not only energy that feels like it's supportive, but also helping one clear out any negative, intrusive, unhealed wounds, right? This is a lot of the energy that feels like they're moving deeper into partnership with someone that acts towards them as a clear mirror. And a clear mirror helps us move away from anything that trauma had us embody that didn't feel like it was necessarily in alignment to us. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union. We've got two cards here. They were sticking to the table. We've been having this happen a lot ever since Pluto came into retrograde. We've got the Queen of Swords in combination with our Hierophant in its upright. So this is a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now. And so for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, what is the thing that we're effectively recognizing? A lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, you'll recall that these were a lot of the chariot partnerships. These were those chariot partnerships that were forming from the time that Mars stationed direct up until Mercury and Venus woke up behind Neptune. So what we're observing with a lot of these energetic relationships right now is there's a strengthening as it relates to building into the context of the work that one is setting about. I feel like there's a lot of that fortification, there's a lot of that solidification, there's a lot of that sustainability, I keep on hearing there's a lot of that energetic strengthening to a certain extent. And one of the things I like about this, and I just want to kind of show you where we see masculine and feminine right now, bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. I keep on seeing that for some of the energy right now, deep within divine union, it's articulating. I keep on hearing this is the energy that is articulating upon the rigor that is effectively occurring as it relates to a lot of that expansion. Why do we see that there's a conversation and relationality to expansion right now? Because you'll recall that we said that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, the manifestation that effectively grows, right? The approaching of a manifestation that allows one to see the possibilities. This is a lot of the energy that starts working towards that fortification point in relationality to, I keep on seeing, firming up plans, building into the space of stability, recognizing and identifying what that work is, what the shape of it is. And it has different expressions in masculine and feminine, but this is really beautiful because I do see that there's a lot of this energetic harmony that's occurring right now between these energies. For feminine, this feels, we've got our Queen of Swords here. So this is, again, it's working through the space of energetic concentration. I almost feel like, and this is interesting because I see even now for both of these energies, the word for the energy deep within divine union right now feels like conservation. Why do I keep on hearing conservation? I'm just going to show you what I'm seeing because there's a lot of parity that we're seeing right now. And I'm saying parity, so Parity, not parity. Parity right now between masculine and feminine. This is such a balance point right now is what I'm seeing, because this is I want to encourage you, if you haven't had an opportunity, when you go over to, if you're listening to the podcast, make sure that you head over to our Substack and see the first row spread, because this is exactly the kind of reading I would anticipate for solstice is what I'm seeing, because I just want to show it to you. Okay, look at this. Check this out. It's really cool. In the center of the spread, we've got the Six of Pentacles. Okay, so now we've got balance, okay, because this is the energy about generosity. So this is a lot of equilibrium that we see is arriving here. Now I want you to see the cards surrounding, okay? I want you to see the cards surrounding the Six of Pentacles. Where do we find feminine? We've got feminine in the Queen of Swords. We've got masculine in the Knight of Wands. So again, these are very nice counterbalanced counterparts right now. For feminine, this is the feminine feeling a little bit more like, I want to describe this as moving more in the space of the logical. Okay, we've got the Queen of Swords. This is much more the feminine being much more in a logical space right now, really focusing a lot of like energy. I see a lot of energy focusing in relationality to Hierophant, right? And we like to see the feminine with the Hierophant here, because this is the feminine that is working on building into the firmament of being able to stabilize upon an energetic concept. So I feel like this is a lot of the energy of the feminine fine tuning manifestation goals. Masculine is much more in a creative space today. Okay. Masculine is much more with the Queen, with the Knight of Wands and the Four of Pentacles. This is saying that, again, masculine is also in a very similar space as feminine, but this feels more in the context of the masculine, building more into the space of the energetic passion and creativity, by which it brings a lot of stabilization. So we see even now, right, like this is beautiful because both of the energies are working through that point of expansion, right? We talked a lot about the fact that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, this does feel like an expansion process. But I need to point this out. A healthy manifestation is one that you expand upon. Okay. It's not about getting things, it's about expanding. So this is good, is what we see. Continuing to get clarification between our Six of Pentacles in combination with our Knight of Wands, coming back towards the energy that's moving into divine union. This is, there we go. We've got Seven of Pentacles here. And the Seven of Pentacles energy, I'm just identifying a lot of the Seven of Pentacles energy that we're seeing right now. It feels like, I keep on hearing, it feels like the expansiveness in relationality to articulating and identifying like what the shape of things are right now for masculine. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the masculine energy, there's something really beautiful as it relates to the concept of, I want to say, planting seeds or doing like work again, and this is coming through a lot with Gemini too, like the space of identifying and having a lot of, I keep on hearing like a lot of different moving parts. And what's beautiful about this, and I need to point this out, for the energy that's coming into divine union, this is what it feels like for masculine, because you'll recall that we talked a lot about the fact that for masculine energy right now, that ability of being able to recognize and identify, right? The ability to feel fully seen. What happens when masculine is building into a relationship wherein they feel fully seen by the feminine? It is the masculine that feels safe to embody all of their energetic facets, right? This is the masculine that doesn't feel like they have to be one thing or one determinative factor. It's the expansion point that allows the masculine to be able to be in the space of exploring the self, because this is the masculine that feels the comfortability and safety and security as it relates to being able to communicate from the point of their energetic feelings. For feminine, we see that for, I'm gonna move over to the feminine because I want to draw the feminine's cards here too. Clarification between the feminine, between the Queen of Swords here and our Hierophant. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our High Priestess. Now, what do we see with the High Priestess in its reversal right now for feminine? I see feminine right now, and this is the only thing I will point out that's occurring between masculine and feminine today, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. Feminine right now, I just keep seeing that feminine is in a space of, and I want to say, like, this is feminine really moving through a little bit of that space in relationality to being very logically grounded. And for a lot of the feminine energy right now, one of the things that I'm identifying and recognizing has to do with the identification point of, and I think we talked about this, the feminine is in this modality here of understanding and recognizing that, and we talked about this yesterday. This is why I was saying that there was potentially a lot of the feminine that was working through energetic frustrations, because that ability of the feminine feeling like they're eschewing a lot of the energetic roles of the self, right? Like this is why this is sometimes those moments that the feminine gets more protective of the self. There's a lot of inner child healing that I see is happening right now for both masculine and feminine. But the thing you have to understand when it comes to the ability to work through inner child healing is it can bring up a lot of wounds, right? And this is why we see that for a lot of the feminine energy going through that journey, right? the identification point of another person articulating upon the expectations of the feminine, right? This is the feminine that often has to articulate the frustration in working through the space, that the feminine should not be in the place where it has to energetically serve a role, but rather being in the ability to articulate upon the self that allows them to kind of move into that space of being able to carve a path for themselves. But this is why we see, and I like this energy today, because this is the energy of the feminine, like working through frustration in a productive way, because it is the frustration that articulates and lands upon being able to find energetic solutions, like working into the space of identifying what feels supportive. For masculine, this feels more energetically like a creative space right now. But this is why this is why we also talked about the fact that masculine is much more in that space, I keep on seeing, of the identification and recognition of of what it feels like to be vulnerable. But it's the vulnerability that allows for I keep on hearing, when we are energetically vulnerable, what is the possibility that we arrive to? When we're vulnerable and we allow ourselves vulnerability, it allows for expansion, right? Because when we're vulnerable, we open ourselves up to the possibilities that surround us, and we're able to work as that energetic connection point. For feminine, I see feminine much more in that space right now of working on carving paths. So even here, and I need to point this out, we've got masculine and feminine energy in very different fashions, right? What are they doing? They're working on the expansion of the self. But the expansion of the self, you'll understand, is the expansion of the self that is allowing one to be able to heal something. But it's the ability to heal something by means of understanding the self in the process, right? So this is beautiful, because this is, again, this is both the masculine and feminine going backwards in order to go forwards, because it's the identification point on the expectation or where the wound began that allows for that ability to be able to heal something most effectively. This brings us to the energy that's in separation right now. This is what we see, and I like to point this out. We've got the energy deep within divine union right now, and the energy in separation in the exact same modality. We've got the energy deep within divine union right now and the energy in separation in the same modality, which is often indicative of the fact that we're having a lot of alignment today. Continuing to get clarification between our Knight of Wands and our Six of Pentacles. There's that World card in its reversal. Now, why are we seeing the World card in its reversal here? Because this is more of that conversation as it relates to the ability to work into a space that feels energetically supportive. For a lot of the masculine energy doing this work right now, it's not easy, right? Like we talked a lot about this. And for a lot of the masculine, and I keep on saying, for a lot of the masculine that is working on healing in this way, and this is why we have to talk about this. Like, this is why we have to be very conscientious about speaking in the space of understanding and identifying that the work between masculine and feminine is vital, but it's very different, right? Because for masculine, I just keep on seeing that this is the masculine that is working through potentially the frustration of being told to suppress something instead of getting stronger in it. What is the difference between suppressing something and getting stronger in it? You have to think about it. You have to think about emotional homework. Imagine a situation where there's all this emotional homework, and someone says, "How do I do this homework?" And someone says, "Forget about it. Don't work on it. Just push it back. Just push those feelings back." There you go. Now you're being a masculine, right? Like that doesn't allow the context by which one can get stronger. Because you only get stronger when you do something hard. You only get stronger when you do something difficult. This is how we talk about vulnerability, right? Vulnerability, when we avoid something, we're energetically weak. When we avoid something, we're energetically weak, because it's the identification point that says, I don't want to deal with it. But when we work on vulnerability, it can sometimes feel like it's the hardest thing because we're not good at it. But the more we do it, the better we get at it. So this is why I almost hear a lot of the masculine energy saying to feminine, be patient with me, right? Like it's the energy that says, be patient with me as they move towards feminine. Because this is the masculine saying, I'm learning tools I was never given. And in the space of learning these tools, I'm doing the opposite of what everyone ever told me I should have done in the first place. Right? This is a lot of I told you, this is a lot of the masculine energy coming into a space that is the articulation that embraces the emotion, that says that emotions do not need to be sacrificed on the journey of coming to masculinity. This is the masculine that's learning to emotionally connect again. But that's why I see that this is almost like the masculine, like building upon or working through that frustration, because it's almost the masculine that says, I'm working on something that I was never taught, and I'm having to teach myself in the process, right? So that's a lot of that energy that's like working through that and like also going through a lot of the emotional turmoil as they experience that work. For feminine, clarification between our Six of Pentacles in combination with our Queen of Swords and its upright, there's that Temperance card in its reversal, right? And this is the feminine that's working through the context of the feminine that just is supposed to be in a modality where they tolerate, right? Like feminine often having to heal from those contexts or from those experiences that say, oh, well, if you're feminine, you should just be able to tolerate everything, right? Like you should just be able to tolerate everything. And this is the feminine that says the feminine expression should not be the summation of how much one can take. I just keep on hearing the feminine go, the feminine expression should not be an extolling, a celebration of how much one can take, right? Like the feminine, because basically, and this is why we see that what is happening right now for feminine and masculine, like this is the feminine that's working into that space that says, and also further, this is the feminine that says, I heal masculine through this, right? Because when the feminine takes on the work of masculine, then again, masculine doesn't learn how to get stronger within something. So we see even now that this is the embodiment of the architecture. And this is why I told you that these are all temperance lessons right now, because it's the understanding of working in the context of what one is trying to heal within the self that allows for that ability to come into healthy counterpart energy. And it doesn't require us to be perfect, right? It doesn't require us to always hit the right note. But the important thing is, and this is what's beautiful, when we know ourselves enough and we hit the wrong note, we're immediately able to go, oh wait, yeah, that, like, yeah, okay, you're able to come into the space of energetically correcting something. You're able to come into those spaces of being able to identify what it is that you're trying to work through differently. And so this is why I see that for a lot, like this is a lot of the energy right now in separation, moving into temperance, because this is the energy that says I work on understanding the map of myself. Because when I arrive to the counterpart with the map of the self, there is no better gift, because that is the energy that says I'm not perfect, but I'm working on it. And this is what I know so far. This is what I know so far. Now, for masculine and feminine energy, right, that is coming into divine union, right? And like, and I gotta say, like, there's something really important right now for the energy coming into divine union. Clarify, these are those magician partnerships that we talked about that are moving deeper into union right now. That ability of, again, and this is the different, this is why I see that there may be a lot of frustration that's being energetically released right now. Because what do we observe in the space or in the modality of being able to articulate? Like, what does it feel like to build into authentic connection? It sometimes can feel very frustrating, because in the process of building into an energetically authentic connection, what do we often do? We have to dispel that which is not accurate. We have to remove that which is not healthy. And so that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of these relationships right now, that observation, that understanding, that recognition point as it relates to coming deeper into healing. This is a lot of that energy that is working through, like, the observation of the healthy counterpart that feels like the embodied manifestation, right? The embodied manifestation that shows us things, right? That helps us see things that we could not see before. And so that's why I keep on hearing that for a lot of this energy coming into divine union, that ability of observing that ability of seeing those adaptability points, there's either one of two different modalities that are forming right now as that energy moves deeper into connection. These are energies that are proceeding to either heal in circumstances or situations wherein they were working upon something so well, they were working on something within to such an extent that they were able to, like, something that they say about themselves is no longer true, right? The energy that the healthy relationship, the magician partnerships that are working to dispel the negative concept of the self, or these are relationships where one recognized that one had to imbibe something about the self that was not energetically true in order to maintain an unhealthy energetic partnership. Because that's the thing that we've learned is the trauma teaches us things about ourselves that is not true in order to facilitate staying in something. Because why could you can't, if you can't work on something within the self in an unhealthy connection, there'd be like it's better to have something within that you can embody to work upon than to observe the situation that which there isn't an energetic solution for. So that's why we see that for a lot of the relationships doing that work, that ability of healing is one that feels foundational because they're acting to each other as the energetically clear mirror, continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Pentacles in combination with our World card in its reversal. Emperor in its reversal. So we've got the Emperor in its reversal now. So the Emperor in its reversal talks a lot about the process by which we recognize and identify what it is that we're working on upon the self, within the self in the process. And the thing that we're seeing even now in relationality to the identification and the articulation of what it is that we're working to, I keep on hearing what it is that it feels like we're working to integrate. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the masculine energy right now, that ability of, I keep on hearing like the journey of being in touch with the feelings is what I keep on hearing, right? Like the journey of being in touch with the feelings, the observation that stoicism isn't about not feeling. Stoicism is feeling everything, right? It's the emotional depth, it is the emotional gravitas, but not being overwhelmed by the emotions, right? And this is very difficult. You know, when you are feeling, you have to understand for a lot of the masculine energy, the ability to feel a lot of feelings and just wanting to disassociate from them is always energetically there, right? It's very easy. It's very easy, is what I keep on seeing, right? There's a lot of encouragement. I keep on hearing there's a lot of encouragement for masculine constantly to energetically disassociate with their feelings. But when you disassociate from feelings, you don't become strong with them, right? When you disassociate from feelings, you're not getting better at navigating them. You're just getting better at not feeling. And that's often what can sometimes lead to breakdown moments, right? Because you, again, what happens to a feeling that isn't expressed? It goes into the unconscious. We talk a lot about this. We talk a lot about this when we're in Aquarius season, right? The emotions that you disassociate from, they don't go away. They go into the they go into the unconscious. So this is why I see that this is a lot of the masculine energy that is working on the expression of feelings that they would typically try to disassociate from, right? Because it's like it's like, you know, it's why it can feel so difficult because it's very easy. You're like, the unconscious is like, put it back here. There's lots of room back here. But instead the masculine's like, no, we're gonna address this, right? We're gonna work through this, right? We're gonna be able to adapt and articulate and find those modalities by which we can communicate through it. So I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the masculine energy, particularly the masculine energy in separation, that is working on doing that tender work as it relates to communicating more from the space of the emotional framework. And that's often, I keep on seeing, it feels it can feel very, like, I keep on hearing, like, it can feel very, like, it's like working through the static of the self to a certain extent. But that but that same space, right, like that same space of doing so, is how we get better at it, right? Like the masculine's like, I feel like a lot of masculine energy right now is very much in that, like, the only way out is through kind of mentality, but it has to do with the ability to articulate upon their emotions, because I keep on hearing that's how we become vulnerable, right? How do we become vulnerable? We confront the place we feel weakest. We don't hide from it, and we get stronger as we do so. While for feminine, I'm going to move to the feminine right now. We've got the Temperance card in its reversal in combination with our High Priestess in its reversal. We've got here our Page of Swords in its reversal. Woo-hoo! Okay. Bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, right? This is a lot of the feminine that's going through that journey of basically articulating and staying to a certain extent. It's okay to have hard feelings. But I need to stress this out. When I say it's okay to have hard feelings, what we're seeing here is I'm not feeling like this is not feminine trying to get energetically bitter about things. This is feminine that's trying to embody the space of being empowered in the space of the self, which is the feminine that kind of works into that space that says the feminine does not want to feel like they're celebrated for being able to tolerate everything. Is what I keep on hearing. The feminine being like, I don't like I just keep on hearing the feminine saying in some way, shape, or form, I don't want to be celebrated for how much I can tolerate. It's the desire to be able to do something, right? It's the ability to, feel confident to be the self, not to just tolerate things, is what I keep on seeing. So this is the feminine and I see the feminine that says, when I'm comfortable in being myself, I can take on more, is what I keep on seeing, right? So that's the difference. It's the same journey. It's the same conversation that we have between weakness and vulnerability. And this is the feminine that's going through the difference that says, when the feminine is weak, right? When the feminine's weak, it's like the feminine that's celebrated for being able to tolerate a bunch of stuff, instead of the feminine being in a space where they're energetically celebrated, because the feminine says, when I can be myself, I can take on more because I'm getting stronger in that, right? So it's a feminine that says, and I keep on seeing they look similar, but they're different, right? Because one feels empowering. It's the feminine that feels energetically empowered because they find the strength within them, versus the feminine energy that feels like the energy that works through the space of disappointment, that is the feminine that feels like, oh, you just need to take on, like, you just need to tolerate more. I keep on hearing it's not about tolerance, it's about taking on. Center card for today's spread between the World card and the Temperance, and this is a unification point between these two energies right now. We have here our Nine of Pentacles in its reversal. So for a lot of the energy right now, I'm just seeing with the Nine of Pentacles in its reversal, there's a lot of that work, and there's a lot of these conversations I'm identifying and I'm recognizing. This is working through this is working through, like, the energetic distortions. This is working through the space of feeling some of those distortions, because what I keep on hearing, um, trauma creates distorted concepts of self. Trauma creates distorted concepts of self, and that is why we see That is why we see that there's so much of that frustration that potentially gets expressed in those modalities, right? Because this is a lot of the energy of both masculine and feminine working to heal something in a big way. And for masculine, right, like what is the distorted concept of self that masculine is working on healing from? Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. That emotions are problematic to being in masculine energy, right? Like this is the masculine that says and that's like I just keep on seeing the masculine working through this, and it's the same thing. It's the difference between weakness and vulnerability, which says if you avoid something, you're not vulnerable. You're afraid of it, right? So this is potentially a lot of the masculine healing from modalities that made the masculine feel like they had to be afraid of their feelings, right? Because that's a masculine that says you can never outrun your feelings. You can't outrun your feelings. Your feelings are they're just always there. But when you face your feelings, right, when you're able to embrace your feelings, then you become stronger, and then that gives you, and what happens when you become stronger and you're able to embrace your feelings? You learn to move through them. You learn it so that way they don't feel like they come over you, and then you become reactive within them. It's the energy that is able to find the strength to work through something in a way that feels like it's energetically sustainable. So I just keep on seeing that this is a lot of the masculine that is looking like working into that space and getting better at it, right? It's like training wheel energy. And this is why the masculine is frustrated, because the masculine is like, I got training wheels on something I should have been doing from the start. You know what I mean? Well, for feminine energy, I see that feminine energy is also working in this concept, because this is a lot of the feminine energy that says that the identification, the celebration point should not be like, oh, look at the feminine. Look how much they can tolerate. What a great feminine. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it should be the energy of the feminine that feels energetically empowered, because it's the feminine that says, look what they can do in the modality of being themselves, right? Like, look who they become, right? And this is the feminine that says, this is the feminine that says, when I'm celebrated in the space of being myself, I can take on more. I become energetically stronger. So this is why we see that there's a lot of this energy today is those conversations in relationality to where one is getting stronger or what one is working on. And I like to see this, especially for energy and separation, clarification between our Emperor energy in combination with our Nine of Pentacles in its reversal. There's that Sun card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about the Sun card in its reversal. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy of the Sun card in its reversal, this is a lot of that work as it relates to working on. Like, do you see the foundation of a lot of these new energetic connections that are starting to form? They're already talking about each other's maps. They're meeting in the space of identifying and recognizing, right? Like, this is, like I told you, this is map maker energy. These are temperance relationships. So these are the energies that are articulating upon, like, these are the energies that are very invested upon articulating on what they're working on, right? And a lot of that is like working through the context of identifying, right? Working almost like I keep on hearing hard part first, right? Like they're preparing each other. They're preparing each other for what it is that they find there, right? Like they're almost like I keep on seeing, like it's a lot of that energy that is very, I keep on hearing, like very much focused upon being able to know the self. And I keep on hearing I keep on hearing I keep on hearing it's self, it's and I want to describe this. It's obsessed with the self in the best way possible, because it's the desire to understand the self in order to give the context to another by which you can build that, because the understanding of the self is giving someone the blueprint by which you can build a healthy connection, right? So this is the energy that says I'm very focused on understanding the self, but not self-absorbed. You understand? It's not self-absorption, because self-absorbed is feeling like one is the only person that matters. But when one is invested in understanding the self, it is the understanding of the self that allows for the enlightening process of meeting another, because it's the ability to articulate upon the self that eases, right? Eases the journey, because it's the gift that you give that says, I'm not coming to you to find myself. I know who I am. Is what I see. Right? So this is a lot of that energy that works that works upon that in that way. Continuing to get clarification between our Nine of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Page of Swords in its upright. We've got here, there's that King of Pentacles in its reversal. And so for a lot of the energy here, I just want to stress, this is, remember how I said that this is the year. You'll recall, if you remember earlier this year, as we entered 2025, I said that this is the year of like honoring your no, right? It's honoring the not, if you will. And I keep on seeing, and I think that this is really important, and especially I just need to stress this. I just need to stress something I'm seeing right now for some of the energy in separation. I feel like there's some energy right now in separation that is healing from situations or circumstances where another person was trying to utilize jargon instead of embodying, which is what is jargon? Jargon is knowing all the words of something, like using the jargon to deflect the actual work, is what I keep on hearing. It's like using the jargon to but not embodying the work is what I hear. There's like a lot of that space. I just keep on hearing there's something about the energy and separation, like landing upon the word jargon, because this is what happens. Like you can utilize like a lot of spirituality to articulate what you're energetically avoiding doing, right? Or you can be very invested in it, is what I keep on hearing. You can use it to avoid, or you can use it to invest. And so I see that even here, there's a lot of this energy that is articulating upon the fact that they do this work because they are invested in it. They're not utilizing the work itself as an escape hatch, is what I keep on hearing. There's something very powerful and dynamic about that, because that is the energy. I told you, you'll recall that I said that there's a lot of energy in separation right now that is healing from situations or circumstances wherein another wasn't embodying a manifestation. And what is an embodied manifestation? An embodied manifestation is one that we don't just look like a manifestation, but we actually work upon it. We are identifying what it is. We do that. We go through that work. We push through, right? And so I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the work, being able to do so, this is a lot of the energy that effectively articulates upon, like I keep on saying, it articulates upon the fact. I keep on hearing you can use the words of a spiritual path to avoid doing anything. Is what I keep on hearing. Or you can be invested upon that journey to be able to discover the self along the way. And so I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy in separation, that identification point, that recognition that articulates and says, even potentially articulating to one another, the frustration of, I keep on hearing someone say, they knew the words but lacked the meaning. One that knows the words but lacks the meaning, or someone who does not embody what one is working on. Like, remember, we saw that a lot of energy right now coming out of Gemini season is working through the articulation of the difference between fickleness and pragmatism. And what is fickleness? This makes a lot of sense given what we've been seeing in Gemini season. Fickleness is being too changeable, right? Being too changeable. Often I keep on hearing change is not a manifestation goal, right? Change is not a manifestation goal, because when we change for a manifestation goal, it can often be indicative of an ability not to find the rigor to do something, right? But pragmatism is expansive. It is the ability of working in the array, right? Identifying and doing a lot of things to move towards a particular direction. So this is why I see that there's a lot of new relationships that are forming, articulating upon the difficulty in discerning the nuance. right? The articulation point in identifying and recognizing what it takes to embody something versus what allows the context by which another is like, I keep on seeing the trauma that can occur with someone that is too fickle in that path work, right? Continuing to get clarification between our Sun card and the King of Pentacles for the energy moving deeper into divine union right now. There's that eight of cups in its reversal. So why are we seeing a lot of the Eight of Cups in its reversal right now? For a lot of the energy right now, the Eight of Cups in its reversal is talking towards and working through. I keep on seeing recognizing and identifying what I keep on saying, recognizing and identifying and healing from the past. And what's beautiful about this for a lot of these magician partnerships that are moving into connection right now, this is a lot of the energy that is moving into connection. And the gift that they're having as they move into connection is the ability to see the past more clearly. We talk a lot about this, right? Often when we're in the middle of something that is difficult, often when we're in the middle of something that is traumatizing, it doesn't make sense, right? And it's only after we move away from something are we able to see something with clarity. And you'll recall that a lot of these relationships right now, they're providing the clear mirror to counterpart. That ability of seeing something with more clarity, the ability of working through something and being able to identify and recognize. And again, it's not that this energy is perfect. They're actually working, they're very invested in understanding their flaws, because when we understand our flaws, it gives us new tools to be able to apply to them. But this is what we see that is allowing for that relief point for a lot of these relationships, because this is the energy that is finding the healthy counterpart. And what are they seeing in relationality as they move deeper into connection? There was nothing wrong with them in the first place, right? There was nothing wrong with them in the first place, right? Like that is the healing that's coming through. Like that's the song that we hear these energies are coming into as they move into connection. While for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, a lot of the energy I keep on seeing deep within divine union right now, it is the expansion point by which one is able to recognize and identify wherein everything is possible, is all I keep on hearing. It is the definition point by which point one is able to recognize and identify everything that is possible. And so something about that work, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, this is the adjustment of the manifestation goal. It is the expansion point. But what's beautiful in the harmony of that expansion point, it's the observation that, again, the healthy manifestation is not one that we reach for things. We're able to see more possibilities. And so this is why we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it feels like the arrival of a manifestation, because it's the arrival. I keep on hearing it's the energy that arrives to the fact that they felt like they were thinking too small, right? It is that is often what it feels like when we have an expansion point, right? Like what is the song that you hear when you come into an expansion point? I was thinking about it all wrong. You know what I mean? I was thinking about it all wrong. It allows for that greater context by which you can be more energetically adaptable. Bottom of the deck on today's reading, we've got here our Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. So we're going to talk about this right now. Listen, the moon is in Aries right now. Okay? The moon is in Aries. And we've got, here's the thing. There's already a lot of Aries. There's a lot of planets in Aries. Okay? There's a lot of planets in Aries. Or there's a lot of planets in Aries right now. Okay? And we've got Uranus that is about to move into Gemini. That can create a little bit of volatility. It can create it's a lot. It's working through frustration. Okay. I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're feeling it, it's real. Okay. It's a lot of, it can feel like a lot of, like, I want to say there's a little bit of this energy right now that can sometimes feel Like it's a little bit of that, like it can sometimes feel a little bit like the straw that breaks the you know, like it's like that last straw kind of energy. But I want to stress this, okay? When we navigate through frustration and we don't allow it to collapse, the possibility of a breakthrough is never closer to us. I know that sounds wild. The energy of a breakthrough and a breakdown are very, very similar. They are the same. The only difference, okay? The only difference is a breakdown is that energetic moment where we embody the energetic feeling. But when we move through it, right? Like the energy that says the difference between the energy says I can't take anymore versus there has to be a better way. Okay. I can't take anymore and there has to be a better way is always like this is always this close. Okay. So I want you to take that into consideration. I want you to accommodate for that right now. And I'm not saying that there aren't situations and circumstances wherein you aren't working through frustration, but I want you to think about moving the frustration into a space that feels like it's energetically productive. I want you to work through the space of being able to do something that feels like it's energetically expansive. And because I keep on hearing, don't let it frustrate you, let it fortify you, right? Like don't let strong stuff like frustrate you, let it fortify you. Fortification, okay? Fortification, not frustration. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Temperance card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Devil card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you an update on everything that we have studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive if you're ready to receive it. And it's a great time to join because you have ample opportunity to catch up if you wanted to. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we have studied or are currently studying. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one. You also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to, if you choose to receive one, a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal journey of the tarot and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best impact towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them available to the absolute novice tarot reader, as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. I also want to let you guys know that even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly, I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which give you, which will give you an update into the energy that we're experiencing. I just posted one about navigating the Sagittarian energy. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I am also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal to utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on today's readings. Congratulations to Love and Light. You got our highest gifter for today. And Oracle Erica, you came in second, so you will also be receiving an additional card in your reading. Thank you guys so much for participating. We are going to, if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you for those roses, Dondre, and thank you, Brooke, for sharing the live. Thank you as well. Oracle, thank you so much for all of those beautiful gifts, and thank you as well, Love and Light. Grand Rising to you as well. Fig, thank you for those gifts. You are just in time, Figs. And Wendy, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the compliment, Eve. And thank you, Andrea, for those gifts. Thank you, Eve, for the follow. And Fig, thank you for sharing the live. Love and Light, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Also, friends, we are at 23.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So thank you guys so much for continuing to tap that screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received it before. Hi there, Fig. I felt that. Not dealing with something makes you energetically weak. Going through this to a T. Thank you. Sending you support, Erica. I can't tolerate everything. Sending you support, Being True. Thank you, Miss Nikki. We are the teachers to the youth. We must heal ourselves to teach them to heal themselves. Tap to claim, Fig. As you say, trauma healing requires going back to where the trauma took place. Tap to claim. And Tori, thank you for joining us today. Good to see you today, Per. Thank you for helping me reach my crown goal. Hi there, Oracle. I cried alone last night. He heard me, and he's in shutdown mode. Oh, sending you so much support, Oracle. Feel everything, won't feel, refuses to feel anything. Sending you so much support on that journey. We put it in our brain storage units. Exactly, Ella. Happy summer solstice, Per. And Oracle, thank you for those gifts. Literally is the fascia in our body. Interesting that it's our connective tissue. Absolutely. Blessed midsummer to you as well, Fig. Exactly. It's too much. The toleration of everything. Yes. Thank you for confirmation, Miss Nikki. Acceptance. Tap to claim, Ryan. I'm just paying for a reading. Oh, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Oracle. Those were cute. I love those dragon heads. Tolerating relationship. Tolerating a relation. I mean, that's the thing we don't want. We never want to be in a space that it feels like we're tolerating a relationship. You know, we should be celebrating, not tolerating. Thank you. Again, just a reminder, the baby dragon, we've made a new policy. We do gifts for readings after we do the contest. So if you would like to get on the list now with the gift of a baby dragon will get you on the list. All right. And thank you so much, Spiral, for the follow. This took me years of therapy to truly believe. And Chris, thank you so much for the follow. Today's message is so beautiful. Thank you, Karma. All right. So, Erica, given the fact that there was a confusion point, I'm happy for you with a reading. But just hold on. I need to confirm. So the equivalent of a baby dragon is the equivalent of a reading. I think I've got you down for 2K of gifts. Can someone confirm to me? Can someone in the comments please confirm to me how many K gifts the baby dragon is, so we can make sure to honor that for her. I appreciate. Yeah, we'll sort it out, Erica. Tolerance is like fake nice. Let's see what happens. That's well said, Cappy. Don't forget. Hold on a moment. Don't forget to tap that screen. Thank you for encouraging others to tap the screen, Haley. No worries, Helena. You'll always be on the hold list. You're not going to miss your reading here. Thank you as well, Haley. Yep, especially. I don't mind a tarot explosion. I don't mind a tarot. I'm okay with it. I'm happy with this. Like, more tarot, the better, in my opinion. But I know what you mean, Ryan. And thank you so much for the follow, DJ. We don't want to avoid the work in anything we do. I get busy doing tasks around the house. Yes. And thank you, Per, for sharing the live. Thank you, DJ, for sharing the live. Haley, yes. And thank you for encouraging everyone to make sure, if you're a subscriber, thank you, Haley. If you're a subscriber, send in the heart me's for an animal spirit guide card during the one card. I'm so glad you like this reading. Connected. Lovely. Happy summer solstice, Haley. And thank you, lovely Cappy, for sharing the live. Yes, it's tough. The mirror and how much I didn't know. Anxious attachment. Sending you support, Erica. Still the same one. Thank you. And heads up, Marie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Anxious attachment. My moon is in Aries. Thank you as well for confirming and receiving this message, Kristen. Hi there, Angela. How are you doing today? Hey there, Cappy. And thank you for the heart puffs, KD. Same. It's been tough. We've been together 14 years. Sending you so much support, dear. Well, remember, no one processes stuff the same. Very true. Yeah, I have tried very much. Give space. Learn. Not meeting me. Have understanding for both him. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. And Queen Wee Yee, thank you for sharing the live. Perfect note to end on. Fortification, not frustration. Yes, I'm trying to. My heart has constantly been shattered. Just keep working on yourself. Continue to do so. Tap to claim, Fig. Getting that message from Spirit. Sending you support as well. You're so welcome, dear. Oracle, we're going to get it sorted out. And thank you as well. Fig, thank you. You're so welcome, V. It's okay. We're gonna get it sorted. All right. Thank you for letting me know. All right, Oracle. I'm gonna add you to the list. But just a reminder to those who are joining us, please remember that we now do gifted readings after we complete the daily collective, in order to be able to do the contest effectively. No problem. Thank you for the help, Per. Hi there, Lisa. How are you doing today? Welcome back, Helena. Okay. And thank you, BC, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there today, Alicia. How are you doing? All right. We are going to get started on personal readings. If anyone wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. First person we are reading for today is Helene. Helena, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And before we get started, we're also going to be doing an intuition check. Let's get those creative juices flowing. Let's get that intuition moving. All right, my friends, I am pulling a card. I'm going to count back from 10. Let me know your impressions and we'll see who gets closest to it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Little Vamp got it with the B. Good job. Where you go? Way to go, Little Vamp. All right, we'll do that again after the next reading. Thank you guys so much for participating. How are you doing today, Yellow Rose? You're so welcome. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder to anyone joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. All right, we are doing a general right now for Helena. Can I please get 4 cards, please? 4 cards, highest priority messages from Spirit, please. And thank you. I'm actually going to give you 5 because I appreciate your patience from yesterday. Oh boy. I mean, the overarching message that I'm getting right now, I feel like you're doubting the pathwork or the direction you're headed in, but I've got like a really strong message from your guides that says, like, you're seeing this is what support looks like, you know? And I want to stress this, like I keep on hearing that you are in the process of healing from something. Like this feels like a major situation or circumstance where like I keep on hearing damaged trust. And the thing about it is, remember when someone damages our trust, they cut us once. Remember when someone damages our trust, they cut us once. But every day that we continue forward and we're not able to trust, that they cut us every other day after that. And I feel like there's something really important about your own ability to heal in relationality to giving the energy that you're meeting now the benefit of the doubt. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to move forward in a point of naivete, but it's saying to me that they're asking that you make sure to look at the past as a gift. Whatever that was, however that individual hurt you, it's not going to happen again. Because I just keep on seeing, you know, there's something. I gotta stress this. Like this feels like I keep on seeing, and it's really interesting because whoever this is I'm reading for in the past, you know, they're saying they didn't let you down. They let themselves down. Like that's the hardest thing that I'm identifying here. They didn't let you down, they let themselves down, because there's something about that journey that I just keep on seeing. Like speaking about the fact that there was fickleness, like this feels like someone who has a hard time staying energetically motivated in some way. You know, like this is giving me some kind of this is giving me like some kind of leapfrog energy. But that's why, you know, I keep on getting the message, you know, no ultimatums. Like absolutely, like no ultimatums, because I'm also getting some kind of sense, like it feels like there's some kind of situation I see as it relates to the past that you could completely go back to, so long as you surrender your honesty. That's all I keep on hearing. This is what's so wild to me about what I'm reading for. Like it feels like some kind of situation of someone from the past that almost like wants to get you into a space that would require you to effectively have to lie to them in order to maintain an energetic connection. And that's why I keep on hearing from like one of your guides, they keep on saying they're not letting you down, they're letting themselves down. Because it's almost like it's almost saying to me like that's the thing. And I gotta point this out. Like like trauma wants the convenient lie instead of the hard truth. Trauma wants the convenient lie instead of the hard truth, right? Like trauma wants to say, like, pretend it never happened. Trauma wants to say that didn't happen. Trauma wants to say, like, and it literally, what I'm reading for is so wild because I just keep on hearing some kind of situation where it's almost like I'm getting some kind of situation where like someone has invented like something that isn't true, but would be easier for them to experience. And it almost feels like they're trying to offer you the not truth so that you can enter back into some kind of relationship with them. And that's what I keep on hearing. Like I just keep on hearing the message that says, remember, a healthy relationship is not going to require you to have to sacrifice your truth in order to exist within it. A healthy relationship will never ask you to sacrifice your truth in order to perpetuate within it. Because, you know, there's something like, and I feel like a lot of it, like, I feel like there's something beautiful that's happening for you right now because I see someone that's coming towards you that says I'm strong enough to like I'm strong enough to embrace you in all of your facets. Like I honor your truth. I honor the fact I adore you in all of your facets and even the facets that aren't perfect. So I want you to be really conscientious if you're trying to fix something with someone right now. And and remember, if someone is trying to offer you some convenient lie that they want you to imbibe to please their ego, I just keep on hearing like I just keep on and especially if it I keep on saying, especially if it tries to it almost feels like somebody who's trying to create a space of getting you to especially if it brings another person into it. You know what I mean? Like it feels like I just keep on hearing like it feels like someone who like it's like I keep on hearing a we like someone who just is like I just keep on getting like a message of someone who's too fragile, like someone who's too fragile will invent things instead of facing things. Someone who's too fragile would rather invent things instead of accept things. So make sure that you're not like feeding into another person's fragility by adopting like some kind of mindset or opinion that smooths things over with them but just straight up isn't true is what I keep on hearing, but just like straight up isn't true, right? That just like it's like I keep on seeing like and I keep on hearing like I literally see someone being like just accept this, just say that this is what happened and everything will be fine. And I see you having to say to them like I can't do that because that's not I keep on hearing I can't do that because that's not what happened. Um, yeah, bottom of the deck. A healthy relationship will honor your truth. A healthy relationship I just keep on hearing a healthy relationship will honor your truth in any context that another receives it. A healthy relationship is one that allows the ability to communicate upon something. It allows the ability to articulate. And like that's what I meant in relationality to if there's someone here that's like I almost feel like, I see somebody, like I feel like it's almost like someone who refuses to believe what another person is to you. You know what I mean? Like I see some kind of situation here where you're trying to say like, "Oh, this is who they are." And they're like, "No, they're this." And you're being like, "They're not that." No, just say they are, right? Like it's like it and I keep on hearing like that feeds like that kind of work feeds the egoic wound, right? Because it's moving into the space. I keep on hearing like if you see someone bringing something delusional to you, like don't feed into the energetic delusion by articulating that that's what's occurring. Like hold your standards. Hold your standards because I just keep on hearing healthy relationship does not require you to sacrifice your truth in the process of moving towards it. And I feel like, again, I feel like there's someone around you that's very supportive in that fashion. I can't tell if this is a guide or someone present because it feels, they feel in very close proximity to you. I keep on hearing like the energy that's for you is going to embrace you in all of your facets. They're not going to say like, they're not going to say this, like just say this happened and everything will be okay. You know what I mean? Like that's all I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Helena. And if this message connected, and I feel like there's something about a new energetic connection that you're moving towards that is going to help you. If you're leaving something in the past behind that feels really confusing, I feel like there's going to be a lot of clarification, whatever you're moving towards, to help you understand the difference between, I keep on hearing the difference between consistency and fragility, right? Like the stability that we create as it relates to being reliable for one another that doesn't require us to be perfect, but is the ability to like work on something in a way that we're always finding ways to improve in the process of doing it. It's like the difference. I feel like I keep on hearing it's the difference between someone always trying to point the finger versus someone always ready to take responsibility. Thank you so much, Helena, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person on the list for today is Ellen. Ellen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, as I mentioned, you'll be the 4th person read for. We are also at 28.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list, you can also get on the list via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. Hi there, Doctor. Thank you for the follow. Ascend, thank you for the follow. All right, and great job, little vamp. I was wondering if insects were in there too. Well done, Ryan. Yes, not often, she says. It's all in my head, creative writer. I can actually see it. That's amazing, Ella. I am with you on that journey. I appreciate you. Excellent. And Rebecca, thank you for the follow. Kat, thank you for joining us. Zora, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you for confirmation, Helena. And Hardy, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Ascend, thank you for the follow. All right. We are doing a general right now for Ellen. Just bear with me. All right. And before we get started on Ellen's reading, we're going to do another. Oh, thank you, Zora. We're going to do another intuition check. All right, I've got another animal oracle card here. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. We'll see who gets closest. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Latoya, you got it. Congratulations. Good job. We're doing good today. I like it. We'll do that again. We will do that again when we get to 50K. No feathers. Maybe, I mean, it's a cat, but birds by extension. All right. Can I get 3 cards for Ellen, please, General? Yeah. Highest pony messages, please. Whoa. What is up with this? I feel like it's interesting. I see you acting right now in creating some kind of connection, you know? Like, I just keep on hearing there's like a lot of work that you're doing right now in the space of connectivity. I don't know if this is something that you do professionally or something that you do personally, but I just keep on identifying that it's kind of like a gift that you have in some way, shape, or form. Like I just see the fact that um, I just keep on hearing you being like, you should meet this person because like, I feel like I see you being like I see I just see some kind of situation where it's like you're having a conversation with one person and then you turn around and it almost feels like the conversation that continues with another person is what I keep on getting. Like it's like boom to boom. And I keep on getting, if you're picking up on things like that, always identify that that is like almost the energetic call, if you were to like kind of work to facilitate connecting. Because I just keep on seeing some kind of some kind of situation or scenario whereby you're like, I feel like there's something really important about that. And it's interesting too, because like I feel like there's something about you having done that in the past or you doing it in the present that someone articulates and says like, I never energetically forgot that, is what I keep on hearing. It's like the the point of appreciation. Um, it almost feels a bit too like I feel like you're helping somebody. I feel like you're helping someone in some way, shape, or form as it relates to clarity. You know, like I see some kind of circumstance where, like, how do I explain this? I keep on hearing connection and imparting knowledge is what I'm getting, which is, it's giving me, I feel like there's a conversation that you're having with someone that either wants to do the thing that you do, or like I hear them almost saying, like, I want to do what you do. And I almost hear you saying to someone, we don't, like, you can't do what I do because it's about finding the way that you do it that works best for you. You know, there's something to be said as it relates to, um like I keep on hearing, finding your own personal sense of style, like finding something that works well. And I keep on hearing, like, there's something important about that, because it's not, I just keep on seeing you say to someone, it's not, you can't just, like, I feel like somebody's trying to do what you do and they're not getting the same results, and they're looking at you and they're saying, like, what am I missing? And I feel like you're saying to them, you're missing you, which is often, like, it's that work that, you have to understand yourself, you have to understand your intentions, by which you're able to do something in a way that really kind of makes it your own. So I want you to kind of think about that to a certain extent, especially as it relates to helping someone. Um, I keep on hearing the difference between telling someone what to do and helping them find their path is not one of instruction, it's one of confidence. So make sure make sure that you're imparting that confidence to someone, and make sure that you're giving them that confidence, because I just keep on seeing that there's something about the appreciation of you doing that. I've got at least two different energies around you that feel like they're trying to communicate to you how much you mean to them. And it does even feel like there might be a choice that you have to make in relationality to something, because I feel like you've kind of reached some kind of impasse on your own path, that, like, I just keep on identifying, it feels either like the breakaway of continuing to do something the way that you do it, or um like, it's interesting because I feel like I see you, like, almost like being ready to take some kind of professional change that you've had your heart set on for a while. But I keep on saying it's not that there's separate path work, but it almost feels like, it's like it's giving me the type of energy that says, like, first, you get like, it almost feels like I see you moving in some kind of teacher role, to be perfectly honest, because I see you having done something enough long enough that others are coming to you to ask how to do it. And that's why I keep on hearing, like, don't, like, think about expansion right now. Think about how to do something in a way that's more efficient by effectively having more hands or having more energy around you to help you do something effectively. I want to give you bottom of the deck something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, here's the thing about it. Like, especially, like, this is what I mean. I keep on hearing the term, like, logistical nightmare right now. Like, there's an eight of swords here in its reversal. And I feel like a lot of that eight of swords in its reversal that I'm identifying, um, I would not be surprised right now if you're working through frustrations. I would not be surprised right now if you, I almost feel like you're having too much success around something. I keep on hearing too much success will often break things as much as too much failure, because sometimes when there's a lot of things that we're trying to succeed upon, it feels like there isn't enough of us to get something done. So that's why I said this might be a good opportunity to think about, like, onboarding someone or bringing someone on to help you in some way, shape, or fashion. Because I just keep on seeing that something about you, like, if there's something that you're trying to do and there isn't enough of you, like, that in itself, like, if you need more time, you can't make more. I keep on hearing, you can't make more time for yourself, but you can get more energy to help you with something. You just, I keep on hearing, you have to think, you don't have to work more, you have to think more broadly, is all I keep on receiving. And I either feel like that's something that you're doing yourself, or something that you're helping another person recognize and identify is what I keep on seeing. Like the like it's moving away from doing something yourself, but instead advising others in terms of how to do it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ellen. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things. And I also see here, like I'm getting here also, Ellen, raise your hand, which is to say, if someone's offering something, like put yourself forward for it. You know, like go ahead, like take that step is what I keep on hearing. It doesn't hurt to ask. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person on the list for today is the winner of our giveaway, Love and Light. Love and Light, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, friends, we are at 30.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. If anyone else would like to get on the list right now, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. We do highest priority messages from Spirit here. We do Life Path. We do, hold on a minute. We do animal spirit guide. We do pet readings. We do dream interpretations. If you have information that you would like to share with us that is relevant to your reading, you can post it in the notes when you can post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it if you are a subscriber in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Okay. And just bear with me a moment as I read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. That's great, Haley. And Ms. MX, thank you so much for those gifts. I like that, Haley. Hi there, how are you doing, MX? I was thinking it was lion. That was close. It was close. Good job, Ascend. And thank you so much for those gifts, dear. Thank you for recharging your heart news, Chrissy. And thank you so much, Life, for the follow. Sending you support right now, Hardy. All right. Excellent. And thank you so much. All right. So hold on. I'm just looking for 11 Lights question. I got you. A reading highest priority. No problem. All right. We're going to continue right now. But before we do, one moment. We're going to do another intuition check. Perfect. All right. All right, we're going to do another intuition check. I am pulling a card. We've got it here. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions, and I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was the Raven. So good job, everyone who called. Oh, you got it, Love and Light. Excellent. Well done. I'll take a crow. Perfect timing for your reading. And if anyone wants to get on the list right now, now is a great time to get on the list. You will be the 3rd person read for. All right. And also, we are at 31.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages the slide to be pushed out to those who have not received it before. So thank you so much for helping to share these messages. If the next one's not a snake, I'm flipping the table. Nice, Haley. Nice. Okay. Can I please get, this one had feathers. This is true. All right. I've got you, Love and Light. 4 cards, please. Highest priority. I mean, I just keep on getting the same message, which is to say that how do I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing a situation that's requiring you to concentrate is what I keep on seeing. I keep on like the thing about it is I feel like there's some kind of project that I feel like there's some kind of project or something that you're working on that you're like you're feeling blocked in. Like you feel like I keep on hearing like you have to like you have like no distractions is what I keep on hearing. You're not that far from finishing something, but I keep on hearing it feels like it's a million miles away from you right now. But I keep on hearing you have to put yourself in some kind of distraction free mode. Like you have to just I feel like you have to like go take yourself somewhere. Like no distractions. Be like I have to work on this. Is what I keep on hearing. Like I am not available because this is what I have to do. It's not that far. It's I keep on hearing like you it's not that far away from you. But I keep on hearing that the final part is the hardest part, which is why I feel like that's why I'm hearing the message, don't give up on it. Like you have to focus. And um like it's also saying to me like it's giving me a lot of finish line energy, which is like I don't know if you're someone who runs, but like when you're running, like the last leg is always feels like it's the most impossible, right? Because that's like I see some kind of situation that you've been working and working and working and working on, and you've been taking all the impossible parts and like putting them in a corner and being like, I'll get to them later, I'll get to them later. And now like now is later is what I keep on seeing. And so now I see you like having to like work through something, and it feels and I keep on hearing the difference between it's not impossible. It's just the unliked parts is what I keep on hearing. It's like they're not the impossible parts often feel like the parts we have to do of something that give us no joy, right? And so that's why I keep on seeing that there's something important in relationality to, going somewhere and focusing and saying, I'm not leaving until it's finished is what I keep on hearing. Like really just like it's not going to take you all that long. It really isn't. But I need to point out, if you don't like it, if this is something you've been working on and all the things you don't like doing, you've been putting on the back burner, and now here we go, like you're putting it on the back burner, and now you've got to do all those things. That's why I keep on hearing you got to go somewhere that you can't avoid the hard part. You just have to like lock in, because as soon as you lock in, like I keep on hearing, no procrastination. You're gonna get it done. Like you're gonna get it done faster than you can blink. Um, so I want you writing down a list. I want you writing down a list of everything you need to do right now. And then I want you to take the hardest thing and I want you to do it first. Whatever this is, because I just keep on hearing you've been procrastinating on something. And it's not going to be that big a deal, but you have to face it. And I keep on seeing too, if it feels like it's too big, break it into smaller pieces. And if those pieces feel too big, break those into smaller pieces. Because I feel like the one thing about this is I already feel like you've made huge progress in relationality to getting organized. But this is you like building a new routine for yourself. This is like building a new practice for yourself. And that's what I keep on hearing. You've got to be patient with yourself in the process. Bottom of the deck on this reading. We got to talk a little bit. I think that there's something really important to be said also about navigating others' expectations of you. You know, because I see you working on something. I see you trying to do something. And I feel like there is something to be navigated as it relates to, like, I feel like there's a lot of shifts happening for you right now as it relates to those who like celebrate work you're doing versus energy that comes through some kind of vibration where they make you feel like your priorities aren't in check. Um, it always feels like our priorities aren't in check when we're doing something exceptional, is what I keep on hearing, right? If someone is telling you, like, and I keep on hearing you having to step back on something to focus on doing something that is exceptional. How another person receives that will tell you everything you need to know as to whether they're someone who you should keep close to you or not. Because when we have to step back from something because we're doing something exceptional, the energy around us will typically celebrate us in that modality. They'll celebrate us doing that work. They'll be our greatest cheerleaders. But if someone is seeing you doing that and they're trying to diminish it, or they're trying to tell you that what you're doing is petty, or they're trying to tell you that your priorities aren't in check, that is not someone that can come with you going forward. Because I just keep on seeing, um, we don't we don't. It's not like it's if it's your purpose, it's not petty. If it's something that you have your heart on set on, it's like it's not a hobby, right? And so don't let somebody take something that you're working on and try to trivialize it in a way that makes it feel like it doesn't have meaning, or worse, makes you feel silly for trying to do it in the first place. That is not don't swallow someone else's um, limited beliefs, is what I keep on hearing. Don't swallow someone else's limited beliefs, because I just keep on hearing that's mostly their projections, right? Um, like I said, and I want you, like, I feel like there's something about you healing from trauma in some kind of way, that's don't let someone stop you before you start something, because they're saying in some way, like, what's the point? It's not going to go anywhere. You get to decide that, not them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Love and light. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Oracle. And if Oracle, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. We do angelic guidance here, highest priority messages from spirit. We do dream interpretations. We do mediumship. We do pet readings. We do animal spirit guide readings. We are also at 36. You can find the full list over on my tree that has links in it in my bio. We are also at 37K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And now is a great time to get on the list. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. One, 2, 3 on the clock. Tap to claim. Good to see you today, Ms. Weasley. Sending you support, Hardy. Oh, Fig, that's great. Wonderful. Let me just see. Do you remember the date that reading was on hold, Fig? I think I've got it. It's the reading from 5/13, I believe, correct? You've had that one for a minute. Most likely. I got you, dear. Hold on a minute. One sec. Excellent. All right. And let me just take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. And just bear with me a moment. Perfect. Catherine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And Ava, good to see you today. Sending you so much support on that journey, Hardy. Channeling, I'm at work watching this and shuffling sounds are making me itch because I need to shuffle. I know, right? I feel the same way when I watch readers. I cannot go long without shuffling my cards. I know, it's very soothing. Oh, Lord. It does. It brings me comfort, too. Yes, it's been a while. And Catherine, thank you for sharing the live. All right. And you're so welcome, love and light. I needed to hear this. Thank you. You're so welcome, dear. Don't give up on what you're working on. It's really important. And it's closer to being finished than you think. Okay. All right. I'm typing the situation to you and just want you to read what comes in relation to it all. I got you, Fig. Of course. Just let me know. You're after Oracle, so just let me know if it's inside or outside tea. And that said, if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. All right, Oracle, could you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question? Hi there, Annalise. Welcome. I hope you're doing well, dear. Okay. All right, we are going to do, as I wait for Oracle's question, I'm going to draw another card. We're going to do another intuition check. All right, I've got another animal oracle card here. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put in your impressions and we'll see who gets closest. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bear. Thank you guys. Oh, there you go, Ava. Wonderful. And Sharia, thank you so much for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Fig. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, flip stable. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for. Okay. I'm not seeing Oracle. If Oracle has stepped away, we're going to move on to Fig. Fig, do you need more time to type out what you're typing? Because if not, I can move on forward. Just let me know. And thank you, Catherine, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And if you guys are joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list, you can also do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. No problem. Woo! That's too many cards. We'll keep the top one for you. All right. Hi there. How are you doing, Sharia? You're after Fig, so thank you for getting on the list. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Okay. Bear with me one moment. I'm just pulling it up. Got you. Okay. So given there's sensitive issues in relationality to this, so I'm going to, yep, I got you, Fig. For the purposes of the reading here, I'm going to keep the information and relationality to this between us, but I will give you, I'm going to give you the reading in relationality to what I'm seeing. Okay. Can I please have 3 more cards, please? Thank you. You're welcome. If it's everything I'm seeing here, I'm not seeing disruption. And I want to I think there's something important that's coming through as it relates to, and I keep on hearing, it's the recognition of, again, identifying and recognizing like how trauma occurs. And I keep on hearing, I keep on feeling like I'm being compelled to, I'm being told to remind you that trauma doesn't necessarily occur when something difficult is happening. Trauma occurs in relationality to confusion. Remember, trauma is the confusion that we experience around something that has happened. And I feel like there's something important to navigate as it relates to another's I keep on saying something to navigate as it relates to another's irrational behavior is what I keep on seeing, right? Like the irrationality is what needs to be navigated. And so I keep on seeing that there may be a conversation that you need to have to someone as it relates to um, another's irrationality, because I keep on hearing I don't see a disruption. What I see is a lot of questions. And I also see um, like some modality wherein another's perception may bring forth a lot of questions. And I keep on hearing like that's the conversation that you potentially need to have with someone, which is being able to articulate and explain that um like I keep on hearing a logical framework is such that we can we can walk someone through another's reasoning in order to understand if it makes sense or not. And the only thing I keep on seeing that may feel like it's some kind of energetic disruption is them like them coming back with something that doesn't make a lot of sense is what I keep on hearing, right? Like some kind of like something like I just keep on seeing like some kind of confusion point as it relates to the response that another has like to a question, you know? Like that is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like that's the conversation that you may want to have with someone. Like that's the conversation um that feels productive. Like it almost says to me, remember that a lot of the work that you're going to be doing is unpacking what they're receiving in those conversations to help identify um like what like to help be I keep on almost seeing like to get better understanding as it relates to um like what another person means, but also like walking through like helping someone. And I feel like this is a bit of the blessing or the benefit that you're potentially going to have as it relates to a connection with another, which is moving someone through the steps and saying, does that make sense to you? Right. And then being like, no, it doesn't. Be like, okay, so like this is how we sort through the fact that there are like there are things that make like I keep on hearing it's like it almost feels like you're going to help someone awaken to the idea of what logic is, which is the understanding that we can say things, but like we can say anything to each other, but the important thing is to recognize what we say that feels like it makes sense versus what another person thinks but might not, like doesn't feel like it makes like it still doesn't make a lot of sense, if that makes like it feels like that is the type of unpacking that like I see you doing, like walking through another person's decisions or choices and like having to say like does that seem like it was like is that like like what feels like what like that's the type of work that I see. It's like helping them sort through, help them sift what they receive in order to understand it better, because I feel like something about I keep on hearing something about the answers that they receive. I almost see them like almost coming back to you with them and being like, this isn't enough either. I still don't understand, you know? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the 9 of Pentacles. The thing is, the situation itself doesn't feel like it creates trauma because, like I keep on hearing, it feels like it's almost more traumatizing for you because you have a point of comparison, right? Like you have a comparison on what they should be receiving. Like you have a comparison on what could be what they're effectively missing out on. But they don't have a point of comparison. This is just theirs, is what I keep on hearing, right? So that ability of understanding, like I keep on seeing the trauma itself is not necessarily going to necessitate the fact that the experience itself is not going to create the trauma because this is effectively just what they know. So I keep on hearing like almost reassuring them, helping them potentially even connect with others that are in similar situations is what I'm getting. Like I keep on hearing normalizing the experience so that there's others they can talk to who are experiencing something that is similar might help in that way because I keep on hearing it's like having to do with the relationality of being able to communicate what they're experiencing to those around them, like helping them find the words in order to articulate it, or even potentially meeting others who are going through that same experience so they don't feel like, so I keep on hearing, so they find some kind of familiarity in not just the concept, but understanding that they're not the only person who has a circumstance or situation in that modality, if that makes sense. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Fig. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person. Next person, we are still looking for Oracle. Still looking for Oracle. If Oracle isn't here, the next person on the list for today is Sharia. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Sharia, could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you for letting me know that, Fig. I appreciate that. Okay. And if anyone wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. You're so welcome, Ascend. Yep. My Scorpio rising is always sad if it's inside tea. Sorry, I rushed in my no, I think you did a great job in explaining the situation, Fig. Yes, that's why I'm not. Yep, I understand. I understand. Yeah, it's a hard situation is what I'm seeing, right? Like I feel like there's something about allowing another to like I feel like everything is like honoring their choice as well, you know? Yes. And Damasita, thank you for helping me reach my crown goal. So this will be coming once it starts. Got you. Yes. Oh, that's a huge blessing, especially at such a young age. I agree. I mean, I feel like I see someone like I keep on hearing you've already done a lot of work in preparing someone. So you should be really proud of yourself because I those are very positive cards to see, given the circumstances. Absolutely, couldn't agree more. I have no idea what we're talking about. I'm glad. I am too. Yes, thank you. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments, and thank you for letting me know where Oracle is. Yep, perfect. Oh, Shayra, thank you. Sheree, thank you for correcting me. I would like a spiritual guide reading for guidance. No problem. Yeah, I can see it's not about you, and I feel like that's the important thing, like, you're honoring the space of that. All right, we're gonna start with Sheree's, reading in just a moment, but I need to step away, so I'll be back in just a second, and we'll continue the readings, but if you would like to get on the list is open, and you will be the second person read for. We're also at 41.2K likes, so I'll be back, and before we start that, we'll also do another intuition check, so I'll be back in just a moment. But we're really close to 50K, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. All right. Where were we? All right. There we go. And thank you again, Fig, and sending you so much support on that journey. All right, we are again at 41.7K likes. When we get to 50K, we'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. And thank you so much. Just confirming. So before we begin our next reading, we are going to do a quick intuition check. I'm going to pull another animal spirit guide card. All right, I've got it here. I'll count that back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got a fire dragon. Thank you guys so much. Ava, that's pretty close with snake. Charlie, where was your snake? I thought you wanted one. All right, let's get to it. All right, Sheree. Where were we? Spiritual guide reading. Okay. All right, can I please have 3 cards? 3 cards, highest priority messages, please. So, all I keep seeing in relationality to Why do you keep on doubting your intuition? You know, like that's the thing I keep on seeing on this. You know? Like I keep on I feel like there's the one thing I keep on seeing around you right now is I feel like I see you kind of like going back and forth um, between a modality of like being very like being very keyed into spirit and then feeling like you fall out of it is what I keep on hearing. Like I feel like I see some kind of situation you're like, but it's almost like the thing about it that I have to like I think that you have to kind of work on is you're over you're overthinking it, right? Like when you work I mean I know how frustrating it is, but like when you work on trying to like achieve it, um like it often can feel like you're failing to like be in the right mindset. But I feel like the work that you kind of should focus on right now is building into the context of the present. I'm everywhere I need to be. I'm exactly where I need to be. I'm exactly where I need to be. Even when you don't feel comfortable, especially when you don't feel comfortable, right? It's the reaffirmation. I feel like your affirmation right now has to be in those moments when you're feeling, even when you're feeling disappointed, especially when you're feeling disappointed, especially when you're feeling frustrated, right? Reframe it by saying, this is exactly what and where I need to be right now, right? Like, don't, I keep on hearing, like, don't look at, I keep on hearing the sacred space. You have to think less about saying, like I keep on hearing, you have to think less about saying, I need to meditate on this and being like, what if this is the meditation? Is what I keep on hearing. Like not I keep on saying like maybe like not worrying so much and saying like I see a situation being like I need to meditate on this, but almost saying what if this is the meditation? Like what if this is the arrival point in relationality to trying to work through something? Because I feel like there's something about that work of integration that is is going to help you. Um, because a lot of like everything I keep on seeing is like I almost feel like you know, don't get mad at yourself for being human is what I keep on hearing. Like don't be mad at yourself for being human. Don't be mad at yourself for having those moments that you feel like you fall short. Because I got to point this out. Like, if there are situations that you're experiencing and you're disappointed at yourself, and those disappointments used to be the only modality that used to inhabit, I want you to understand them from the perspective of your guides that say, look how far you have come, right? Like, when you're like all the time has moved into once in a while, remember you that is the song of you moving towards yourself, right? That is the song of your change. That is the song of your transformation. I keep on hearing it's not requiring one to be absolutely perfect. But I want you to say, like, that is what attunement means, right? Attunement means often attunement is the identification point of catching oneself more quickly when you fall out of tune, right? Like, it's like a lot of attunement is just catching yourself sooner and being like, yeah, that's not where I want to be. Like that's not right. So remember that because I feel like I see you having these moments that you feel, and I keep on hearing it's not a crash out if you catch yourself, is what I keep on hearing. It's not like it's not you like it's not you going into a modality where you're moving away from yourself. It's the understanding and the recognition point that that ability of being human, like I keep on hearing, like that is one that is also the embrace of the self, because I keep on hearing like you're doing a lot of work in identifying your wounds and identifying your wounds. Some, I keep on hearing, some wounds don't go away. We just get much better and better and better at carrying them. And I feel like I do see the fact that you're doing a lot of work right now. Um, like I feel like there's a lot of work that you're doing right now with Chiron, and a lot of the work with Chiron can feel very difficult because, it can feel very much like you're being triggered. It can feel very much like things from the past rising back to the surface. But that's why I keep on seeing if you're observing those situations and you're taking different approaches through them, this is just like the architecture by which you understand, like you're not like you're not regressing, you're improving, is what I keep on hearing. So don't get focused so much on those moments. Like don't get focused so much on those moments that you're overthinking about how you could do something better or do something different. Just like I keep on hearing, refocus on the present, right? Because the present is the gift. The present is where you can change things. The present is where you can work through something in a way that allows for the ability to be more energetically adaptable. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Ace of Pentacles, you know, um, the ability to. I keep on seeing. Um, it's very easy to see things in hindsight that we could not see in the present, right? And often I keep on seeing a lot of those modalities or a lot of those moments that we're able to see something in the present. I keep on hearing, don't crane your neck backwards too much. Don't get too caught like looking at the past, because when you overthink the past, you aren't able to concentrate on the present. So just let it inform you, right? Let it create that context by which you can improve, right? Because I keep on hearing the beauty, the beauty of, the beauty of, I keep on hearing the beauty of a mistake is a new rule, right? The beauty of a mistake is a new rule, because those moments say, right, you don't have to be perfect, but if every time you do so, you set another like practice for yourself, you set another condition, you adopt a different framework by which you can approach something, that like I keep on hearing, even in those moments that you feel like you regress, you're not regressing, because it's not a regression if it's a lesson, right? If you take something of value from it that then fortifies you the next time it occurs, remember, like that is improvement, because that's how the guides see it. I know that's not how you see it. I know that's not how you see it, because you hold yourself to an unbelievably high standard. But recognize that's how your guides see it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Shireen. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the second person read for if you get on the list today. Great time to get on the list. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. The next person on the list for today is Oracle. Oracle, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question. And I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments. We're also at 45.9K. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And see, Mike, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you for confirmation, Share. I see what you mean. Excellent, Oracle. So true. Yes, thank you. Yes, well said, Brian. MP, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Wow, this is spot on. Thank you so much. You're so welcome, Ascend. And thank you for encouraging everyone to tap, Haley. I got you on a general for Oracle. All right, before we begin our next reading. Hi there, David. We are doing readings right now. You'll be the second person read for. We do angelic guidance here, highest priority messages from spirit, dream interpretations, past life readings. We do mediumship readings. We also do love readings. You can see the full list over on my tree that has links in it in my bio. And Hardy P, your subscription's ending soon if you would like to renew. For anyone else who'd like to get on the list, it's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. You can also get on the list for today with the gift of a baby dragon. It's also 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. There are 2 things I do not read for on these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Bear with me a moment. And if you get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. Excellent. Okay. All right. We're going to do another animal spirit guide reading. I have got a card here. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. We'll see who gets close. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We had the goose. Thank you guys so much for playing. Did we have anyone that was close? We had chicken. We had dove. I mean, what is a goose if not a mix between a chicken and a dove? All right. Let's get to it. And as I mentioned, guys, if you'd like to get on the list is a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. And just looking over. David, if you'd like to have a reading, all you have to do is send a donation. I'm happy to do a reading for you, dear. All right, we got 3 cards for Oracle. Highest priority messages, please. Woo! That's not 3. Okay. So the message I'm getting is, I've got a few different messages coming through. Our emotions are not a burden so long as we bring with them our prescriptions, which is to say our emotions do not burden those who care about us, so long as we are doing the work to understand what the emotions are asking for. Um, and I keep on seeing like, I feel like I feel like there's like I feel like there's some kind of energy around you that it can be very hard when we aren't able to like when we feel a lot of emotionality, it's important to be able to communicate it in a way that feels productive is what I keep on seeing. Um, and I'm also identifying the fact that, you know, our ability of we should talk about our frustrations. We don't take our frustrations out on each other, is all I keep on hearing. We talk about our frustrations. We don't blame each other for them, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like I feel like there's something important in relationality to that message. Because like I see some kind of circumstance or situation where, the word I keep on arriving to is like volatile. So like a little bit of this work that I'm seeing, I feel like I'm gonna talk about what I see for one person. I'm gonna talk about what I see for another because everything has to do with the consistency of plans. When we have like a healthy relationship is one that we have clarity as it relates to the direction that it's moving in. And if we're not happy, right? And this is what I mean about the unhappiness of the self often projects out onto those around us, right? This is what we talk about in the space of projection. It's that moment where we feel angry or we feel upset. And instead of being able to do something positive with it, it becomes those experiences or it becomes those moments that we have to um, find a productive outlet. And I feel like that is the conversation that you need to have with someone, like the productive outlet to communicate a frustration upon, right? And we like when we're in a healthy space, we have productive outlets, right? Like if we have an ability, like even taking a walk, right? That can be a productive outlet. Like doing something that gets our mind off of the frustration so that when we're feeling that moment of frustration, we can return back to something renewed. A productive outlet are things, they're not people. Productive outlets are things, not people, which is to say, we don't release our frustration on each other. We find productive spaces to put it so that we can return to something in a way that we feel restored and refreshed. Now, I see someone who, when they're in the middle of feeling something, they're not for anybody, right? Like it almost feels like some energy that tries to get some distance when they're deep in their emotions because it's the space of like being afraid of saying something that they can't energetically take back. But they have to, like, I keep on hearing, I want you, I feel like you need to tell someone, you need to talk about the concept of being out of spoons, right? Because and this is not mine, but this is something that we can adopt, which is the idea that says sometimes we want to talk about something. Sometimes we are very frustrated, but we also recognize in that moment of deep frustration that we just don't have the bandwidth to navigate a conversation. And worse, that if we tried to navigate the conversation in the state that we're in, it would probably not go well. So often, something that we can say to another in those moments is instead of being avoidant, we can say, I'm out of spoons, which is to say, I am exhausted. I want to address something with you, but I simply do not have the bandwidth within the self to be able to navigate it now. But the ability of saying, I cannot handle it now. I'm completely out of spoons. I cannot, I cannot work through something emotionally because I myself am not in a place to emotionally carry more weight. This is how we can help each other, especially when we're in very high stress situations. Because if you're already at a breaking point and someone at that moment tries to come to you with a lot like and needs emotional support, we sometimes we are tapped out, right? And that doesn't mean that we don't care about another person, but it's the way that, and this is why we often say, like, listen, like when we need emotional support, one good way we can talk about that and say, I need a little emotional support right now. Are you in a space that you can provide it? Right? Like almost going into the situation. Like I said, it's okay for us to have needs, but we're also able to understand that sometimes it takes a lot of emotional bandwidth for another person to carry that. It's the ability of saying, like, are you available? And in that moment that we say, are you available? Someone can say to us, yeah, actually I am. Like I'm here. I can have that emotional conversation now. Or they might say, honestly, I can't right now. And I don't and can't and here's the important thing. Right now, I can't right now doesn't mean never. It means at this moment, I don't have the emotional architecture to take on more emotional because I am also deep in my emotions. So I keep on seeing, I feel like I see a situation where you and another person need to build into the ability of asking one another if you are available to take on more emotional bandwidth. And in that way, like almost I keep on seeing introducing the ability to say to another, I need this right now. Are you available for it? Will help because I see that you and another person are very similar, which is when you don't get that emotional support, you have a tendency of pulling away. You have a tendency of retreating. So I can see a situation of like two individuals who are both emotionally wounded, who are nursing wounds, like nursing wounds in different rooms, right? Which is working in the context of both needing something from the other. But that's the problem when we carry the same wounds. We can often end up in situations where we desperately need another to provide the thing that we're lacking. But when another person has the same wound as us, they need the same thing too. So it might require you guys to be able to understand that to be able to order to heal something, you have to step out of the comfort zone, right? You have to be able to work through the space of saying, like, I know I'm hurting right now, but I know you're hurting in the same way. If one of us does not if one of us does not if one of us does not move against the wound, we're just going to be hurting the same way. So I feel like this is what I mean about trying to find better ways to communicate those moments when you're both hurting in the same way, but you both want to help the other, but you just both need a minute. So I would definitely encourage you to look into spoon theory, and I would definitely start to build into, and I keep on hearing, no sweeping anything under the table. Like, say, like, almost having to say to someone, look, I know we're both really emotional right now, but I want to find a moment where we're both clear headed enough to talk about how we can handle that better next time it happens. What will we do instead of what we did to allow for a better solution? Because I feel like there is a little bit of a repeating pattern between you and another person. And when the beauty of a repeated pattern is the ability to say, look, this is what we do. We know what we're going to do exactly. Let's prepare for the next time it happens now, because, and I keep on hearing nothing, like nothing to be fixed if you say let's just assume it won't happen again. It's not about saying it won't happen again. It's putting the tools in place, right? Like putting the plan in place to understand what you're going to do next time that will allow for improvement instead of for retreating. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with that eight of cups in its reversal. I feel like there's like there's a lot of that space that I'm seeing. Like you and another person have very similar pasts. And this is the problem. Like this is what we talk about counterparts. Like sometimes it's better when our counterpart isn't exactly the same as us, because the thing is when we've got a counterpart that goes through has a very similar history as us or the same trauma, like you have the same trauma response, right? So I feel like there's that observation of having to say like you're very similar, and in that space of similarity saying like, look, we don't want to we don't want to fall into projecting our past cycles on each other, right? Because when we are projecting, we start to like replay scenes from the past, right? It's like that, oh, this is just like last time. And I keep on hearing there has to be a rule between you and another person. The past is a library. It's not an armory. It's a place you go to for solutions, not for weapons, which is not to say, oh, last is just like last time. Be like, no, if it's just like last time, we're not doing something right. Right? Like it's not about being like last time. It's the ability of pulling something from the past to say, I want to reference something from the past, not to hold it against you, but to use it like the rule to say we only pull things from the past on the condition that it's supportive to finding a solution, not enhancing a problem. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Oracle. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being Semi-Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Also, we've reached 50K. Thank you guys so much for helping us reach our milestone. We'll be doing a giveaway in just a moment. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. We either have a bunch of cards, be prepared. Exactly. Thank you for confirmation, Oracle. I've been trying so hard to understand and give space, and they won't meet me. There has to be mutual investment on the work. Yes, thank you for confirmation as well, dragons. I can accept that and I can give space. He won't speak to me and say anything to me. I have been asking, are you emotionally available? I'm sending you so much support, Oracle. Well, and that's why, like, I feel like there needs to be a moment of being able to articulate and say to someone, like, look, I need to know what's okay, right? Like, I see some of that energy like closing off to a certain extent. And that's why I keep on seeing like the ability to say to another person, like, if something's wrong, you'll tell me. Like, I need you to communicate so that we can be able to facilitate what we can do better next time, right? Like, I just keep on identifying it's that requirement point in being able to understand like what the hurdle is so that you guys can overcome it. But I do see somebody who's like deeply in their feelings right now, acknowledging the cycles to decide how to approach it in different, healthier ways. Tap to claim dragon or the same triggers. You're so welcome, Oracle, sending you so much support on that journey. All right. So we reached our 50K milestone. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to it. We're going to give a reading back to the collective right now by way of a giveaway. So, and if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. I am going to think of a number right now between 1 and 46. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in an order different than you guys post them. Haley, congratulations. You got our 50K giveaway. That was fast. Great job. All right, we will do that again when we get to 100K. That said, if anyone wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. All right, and Haley, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. You didn't even get a guess. I know, it was very quick. That's amazing, Haley. All right, perfect. Oh, that's wild. Ah, look at that. You guys were so close. All right. I've got, we're going to do another intuition check before we get started on Haley's reading. Haley, if you could post whether you'd like a general or if you have a specific question. In the meantime, I pulled a card here. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. I'll count back from 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Interestingly, Nikki got it close with the butterfly because it was the air dragon. So good job, Nikki. We'll do that again after the next reading. Yes, we can absolutely pull cards on inner child. All right. I'll take it. And in the meantime, if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, the list is open. As I mentioned, now's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. Let me just put the comments here. And just a reminder, if you have information that you would like to share with me that you feel is relevant for the reading, for instance, if you have a past life that you would like more information on, or a dream that you would like interpreted, you can post that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in, you can also post it if you are a subscriber to our Discord in the subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Okay, perfect. Where were we? I need to buy that deck so I know what's in it. There we go. I feel like you guys have probably seen them all by now. All right. And just a reminder, if anyone's joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list, you can do so via my tree that is Binks in it in my bio. 3 cards. 3 cards for Haley on inner child, please. What am I doing? 4 cards. Wow, these are... So I keep on seeing, you know, I feel like there's some kind of like deep, deep hyper independent streak within your inner child, you know? Um, and I feel like a lot of it, like it keeps on hearing, like I keep on hearing that a lot of it came as some kind of like direct result as it relates to, I just keep on hearing someone like having to look out for yourself, like having them, like them having to look out for themselves, you know, like some, like some deep, deep messages related to, um, and it also, here's the thing about it too, like personal responsibility that never should have been given to you in the first place. Like it's giving me the type of energy of the inner child left unsupervised. And often when an inner child is unsupervised, then if something happens while they're being unsupervised, they're often punished for it, is what I keep on getting. It's like the energy of the unsupervised child that is then blamed for something that they never should have been responsible for in the first place. And, I see some kind of energy here of a tendency that you're still working through. And I keep on hearing that, um, and often the energy of the unsupervised child, the difficulty point is they get blamed for other people's choices, and it carries forward into adulthood in the space that if someone makes a choice, you then by extension blame yourself for the choice that another made. Like it's almost like the unlogical thinking that says maybe if you would be like, I keep on hearing, maybe if you had behaved differently, maybe if you had done something different, they would have made a different choice. But that's what the unhealed inner child is saying, because it's the understanding, like I feel like the healing that needs to come through is other people's choices are not your responsibility. Other people's choices are not your responsibility. They're their responsibility. If someone makes a bad choice, you can't blame yourself. That's not your fault. That's their fault. Because I see some kind of illogical thinking that's carried forward that says, oh, they made that choice. And I literally see you kind of working something through, being like, maybe if I had done something differently, maybe if I had done this, done that, they'd be making better choices. And I feel like the unhealed inner child is trying to remind you and saying, you should just it's not your, like I just keep hearing the same message. Other people's choices are not your responsibility, but the unsupervised inner child often becomes the scapegoat for that. The unsupervised inner child that was blamed for something happening that shouldn't have been their fault, like that is the energetic projection point that one inhabits. It says, oh yeah, if something happens and I'm here for it, if I'm present and I didn't stop it, it's on my watch. And I keep on hearing your job is not to watch others. Your job is no longer to watch others. And again, you should never have been put in that space in the first place. Like others, like the choice that another person makes should not be conditional. And I also feel like there's something too about the work and understanding that healthy energy is energy that does not need to be supervised all the time, right? Like the context by which we make energetic choices is such that when we are in a healthy space, we trust that another will. I keep wondering, when we are in a healthy space, we trust that another person will make the right choices beyond us being there to like conditionalize the fact that they do. So I just keep on seeing that um like some of that trauma is being worked through right now for you. But I keep on hearing like the response, like the point of being able to heal, like I said, like this is the message from the inner child that says, you know, like the thing you should not, you are not responsible for others' choices. They are, right? And your ability to, and I keep on hearing, you can learn, when someone does makes a choice, when someone makes a choice that you wouldn't make, you shouldn't say to yourself, "Oh, I wonder what I did for them to make that wrong choice." They're saying your choice, you should just observe it and walk away and keep walking, because energy that makes choices that are different than the choices that you make, they didn't make those choices. Like, it's not conditional. That's their responsibility. It's not yours, right? It's not the energy of I feel like it's not you struggling and saying, I wonder what I keep on hearing you're still struggling with something where you're saying the false narrative of saying, I wonder what I did to make them make that negative choice towards me. It's the observation that says their choices, that their ability to make bad choices is their responsibility. It's not yours. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, there it is, right? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that. I feel like this is some kind of early projection in someone. Like, it feels like negligent energy will punish you for their choices. Negligent energy will punish you for their choices. So when someone is energetically, this is often where we get those wounds that create hyper independence, because it's the energy that says, "Oh, you know, like it blames you for things you didn't even know you were responsible for, because nobody told you they were, because something it's like the handing off of responsibility that articulates the fact that you being blamed for things that you didn't even know you were doing, because someone tells you you were doing them only after something was happening." So I feel like, again, it's a lot of that same work in relationality to recognizing and identifying, like, I keep on seeing, like, whatever this is in the past, I feel like you're still attracting energy like this. Like, that's what I'm reading for, potentially attracting energy that still has this tendency of trying to, like, push their responsibility of their negligence onto you in some fashion. And that's what I mean. Like, when we experience another person being negligent to us, it shouldn't create a space of saying, I wonder what I'm doing wrong. We should just observe it and move on, right? We don't try to do something to make them do differently. It's almost like that observation of saying, like, just allowing that to be the context, and not in like internalizing the fact that they're doing it and there's something that we could do that could change that. Thank you so much, Haley, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if anyone would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. We're also at 53.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. Oh, you get jittery before the giveaway. Well, you got it this time. Congratulations, dear. Oh, my daughter asked what you meant by inner child. That's beautiful. I just like to describe it as the child within me waiting to be played with again. Tools and help now to heal. Yes. Always had to be the strong one. Only daughter of 7. Parents split when I was young. Oh my goodness. I worked hard to be strong. Yes, yours needs to play. Without a doubt, my mom has no active part in my life, so that creates hyper independence. Sending you so much support, Haley. My mom was the only girl with 3 brothers and a mom who didn't know how to mom. Oh, sending you support, Nikki. Thank you. I'm just happy to be the woman I am today. I wouldn't be without it. Sending you so much support on that journey, Haley. Yes, play therapy is awesome. My daughter did that professionally. That's incredible, Fig. I always think I can do something to save someone else. Yeah. But this is what I keep on like, and that's the thing about it. Like I keep on seeing like others, like I keep on hearing others make their choices and I keep on hearing you can light the way, right? You can articulate like what you know is best, but ultimately their choices are their responsibility. And it's not a failure point if they I keep on hearing it's not a failure point to you if they made the wrong choice. Oh, don't I hope those are good tears. It's cleansing, thank you. I've been working through these feelings recently and not able to put my finger on it. Hearing this is insane, but so healing. I'm so glad that it helped, Haley. I almost didn't ask the question. I'm so thankful I did. I'm so thankful you did as well. Their choices are theirs. Yes. Yes, you did do good by asking. This is great insight. Yep, I hope it does. I definitely think it has. I think the comments are giving you a reflection on how much it's helping others. My mom walked out when I was 10, and I'd been in and out of my life since. I always blamed myself. I always blamed myself for her not trying to be a mom. I gave up last year. Been no contact since Thanksgiving. Oh, sending you so much support, Haley. Yes, no more attraction. Let's deflect that, please. Sin, that was so deeply healing and insightful. You're so welcome, dear. I'm so glad that it helped. And Rainbow, thank you for those gifts. All right, friends, the list is now open. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. If anyone else also, we are also at 53.7K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. I'm going to take a moment again as well. Oh, no, I'm so glad. And thank you for being a part of this community, Haley. We adore you as well. All right, friends. So we're going to open it up right now to 1-card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, you can put your question in the comments. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. All right. And please remember, if you haven't already, make sure you recharge your Hermes. If you'd like to also have an animal spirit guide card on top of the standard 1-card reading. And while we wait for the 1 cards to come through, we're going to do another intuition check. Okay. Oh, hold on. We're going to hold off on the intuition check right now because we've got the 1 cards coming through. You did show up perfect timing, Rainbow. Haley, one moment. 1 card on partners' career goals, please. I mean, this feels big, you know, but I feel like there is something important. Like I keep on hearing like working through the bigger picture, but I keep on identifying that there's something about like it feels like something they're doing that they just want to grow. You know what I mean? Like I just see something here, which is like expanding a network or trying to do something in a bigger way. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I feel like it feels like someone that is trying to do many things at once. So there may be that conversation in relationality to how to articulate like what the unifying themes are, what it is that they're trying to energetically prioritize. Um, Animal spirit guide card for Haley. Yeah, especially with the otter energy, you know, I keep on seeing like there's something really important. Um, I keep on seeing as it relates to the ability to identify or define the self, like what it how it is, like how do they like to be introduced is what I'm getting. Like what is it that they feel is like the most important thing of everything they're doing is what I keep on seeing, because I feel like there's something about the means of introduction. All right, one moment, please. One card regarding connection for Chrissy. Whoop. A lot. I see somebody trying to prioritize rest. I see somebody kind of in like a little bit of a crash out point. I feel like somebody who's like working through frustrations, bottom of the deck. Like I see someone vacillating before, like between like giving up on something or trying to communicate. Like they're going, like I see someone like going back and forth on that to a certain degree. Especially with the fire dragon, like it seems like somebody trying to identify how they're standing in their own way. Ryan, one card, highest priority. A lot of the Ten of Swords and it's upright. I'm just identifying that there's something here in relationality to don't get overly focused upon the past, is what I keep on hearing. Remember, um, the ability to focus on the past as a library like allows us to be able to heal and to understand and identify what it is that we're working on. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the magician and its reversal. Like I see you kind of going through some kind of process right now where you're identifying like the change of perspective that allows one to be able to do something in a way that you haven't considered before, right? Like this is the understanding of like looking at something as it relates to what went wrong and not focusing on what went wrong, but focusing on what one can do better as one moves forward in something. Animal spirit guide card, please. 1 second. 1 moment. Yeah, especially with the bee. You know, the ability. I feel like you're taking care of yourself like you never have before. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's something about this that is the appreciation that you're building in the context of experiencing or seeing something in a way that feels like it's energetically profound. So I keep on hearing, keep on honoring yourself on the journey. Ella, one card on fully allowing abundance of all kinds, please. I like that. All kinds. Um, it says to me like it's navigating, it's like not being so hard on yourself, like working out of some kind of like mindset of feeling like you're not arriving to situations. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like especially with the King of Pentacles in its reversal. I think that there's something there's something about, I also feel like it's removing like it's like I keep on hearing you moving towards your abundance is building with someone that isn't going to take that, like isn't going to feel like that's insecure, right? Like I feel like it's like having to heal from energy that feels like you're letting others down is what I keep on hearing, right? Because I keep on hearing like your abundance, like you moving towards your abundance should be like a celebration. It shouldn't feel like another person saying that you're disappointing them as you move towards your abundance, is what I keep on hearing. One moment, please. One card. Yeah, especially with the raven. I feel like there's something to be said, um, like in relationality to um, being energetically adaptable. But also, I keep on seeing, um, like, it almost feels like the difference between I feel like this is you letting go of energy that feels like like it feels like you're letting go of energy that feels like all of your attention like must be like focused upon them, if you know what I mean. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I keep on hearing like you're healing from relationships of someone that demands you fix your attention to them, is what I keep on hearing. All right. Ava, message from divine counterpart for Ava, please. Yeah, especially with the Hermit card in its reversal. I just keep on seeing, I feel like there's something, um, it's interesting because it feels like it's a divine counterpart that's wondering where you are. Like I see someone who is refining the energy that they bring towards them. I keep on hearing they're like going through some kind of pathwork of quality, not quantity. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's interesting because I see someone who has a tendency of attracting energy, like relationship, easy. But that's why I keep on seeing like someone's finally going into that modality of almost saying like I don't need to be in a relationship at every moment. Better to be in like I keep on hearing better to be in a good one than just whatever finds me is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, bull energy, right? Like this is someone learning to have better standards. And thank you for recharging your heart in EBC. V, one card for friend T, please. Um, I feel like I see some kind of situation or circumstance wherein another is like they're working on their communication. They're trying to recover from something. I feel like they're building more of an observation on what feels like it's good for them versus something that they're working to heal from. Is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, right? Like us healing space of making better choices. So I just keep on seeing that like something about that work not being hard on the self and devastated if one feels that one isn't in a positive space. The difference between the difference between a negative space and a positive space is always just existing in the space of making those positive choices. So I keep on hearing like it's not a race. Like a little every day goes a long way. And I keep on hearing it's not about doing something in like a cold turkey fashion, but like starting to separate from something in such a way that moves you closer towards the condition by which you want to arrive at another location. One moment. Thank you so much, V. Fig, card I'm going to need to work on for myself in regards to earlier reading. Absolutely. Um, Working through surrender, accepting circumstances and situations as they are, that allows that adaptability to, I keep on hearing when we accept the situations as they are, we're able to arrive in the best sense of self, is what I keep seeing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Fool. I feel like there's something about you navigating a circumstance or situation whereby I keep on hearing that the job is one of empowerment, which is like something about saying we can never predicate upon what we find, but we can always arrive to it to the best of our abilities. One moment. An animal spirit guide for Fig, please. Yeah, especially with the boar, right? Like the ability, I keep on hearing, giving someone the tools they need to navigate any circumstance. A pet reading, Cat, it is for non-subscribers, it is 3 cards for 29. I got you, Rainbow. And you can find here, I can post it here, Kat. You'll be the next person read for if you'd like to get on the list today. All right. Highest priority message from Guides for Rainbow, please. I feel like just focus on that, like focus on the manifestation goals right now. Focus on the feeling is what I keep on hearing. Focus on what it looks like. Focus on what it feels like. Focus on what it looks like day to day. Like what is that, like what is it like, create the shape of it. But again, don't have it necessarily attached to a person, right? Like especially if someone isn't coming towards you in the way that they would, right? You're looking for the embodied manifestation. So it's the observation of saying like, what are the things that are important? Surprise me in relationality to who I find them in, right? Like it's that work of not focusing our intention so much on someone that looks like they fit the form of our manifestation, but also understanding the energy of like what it takes to build into that, like what it looks like in the space of the identification point of what it feels like is what I keep on hearing. Hold on a moment. Animal spirit guide card for Rainbow. Yeah, especially with the bee, right? It's not based upon the outside, but it's the work that we feel within, right? What does that energetic connection feel like to be within, right? And how do you feel as you're experiencing it? It's like I feel like it's a conversation about talking about how it feels to be in that embrace. Thank you for the help, Fig and Purr. It's all listed here, Kat. One moment. It's the same name as what you have here. So it's 3 cards for 29, 4 cards for 23 for subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, perfect. And if you get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. All right, perfect. Thank you for the help, guys. Have a blessed day, Haley. Me and Haley spin out the same at the same time. I adore it. Thank you, guys. Got you, Lisa. Spirit led for Lisa, please. Make sure that you're just concentrating on what feels energetically sustainable and stable for you right now. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, um, I keep on seeing, I feel like you're learning. I keep on hearing like a lot of your manifestation right now is saying, I'm learning how to receive care from others. Like I'm learning that it's safe to receive care from others. And that sometimes takes work, is what I keep on seeing. Hold on a minute. 1 card, animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the dog energy. I feel like you're in the space of recovering from some kind of experience or some kind of situation that um like made you feel that asking for things was too much, right? Like I feel like I see somebody that's trying to let you know that it's okay to ask for things, right? Like they're not going to, like it's not going to upset them. Like that's what I meant. Like I feel like you and another person are both learning how to receive care or support in some fashion in that way. All right. You're welcome, Chrissy. Hi, Bridget. Good to see you, dear. Hi there. Thank you, Michelle. Better late than never. You can absolutely get a card. Can I get a card for Bridget, please? Don't let yourself get triggered, is what I keep on seeing. Just be, like I said, recognize the conversation that feels like it's helpful versus one that you just feel like you need to avoid. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Eight of Swords. I'm not like, you don't need to be available for every conversation, is what I keep on hearing. You don't need to be available for every conversation. Like if you, and I keep on seeing, if you don't, I keep on hearing, if another person doesn't feel like they're receptive to listening to what you have to say, then that's not a conversation. You're like, I feel like it's you having to say to someone, I'm not available for a telling. And what is available? Like, you have to say to someone, I'm not available for a telling. And a telling is a situation where one person wants to tell you things, but they're not receptive to hearing anything, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, especially with the salmon. Like, I'm open to a reciprocal conversation, but I'm not available for a telling, is what I keep on hearing. All right. And thank you for getting on the list, Crystal. You'll be the next person read for. If anyone else wants to get on the list, we've got 4 spots left for today before the list will be closed. Spirit led for Bean. Nope, it's your perfect time, Bean. Hold on a moment. All right. And if Crystal, could you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? The Strength card. Your vulnerability is a gift to those who have earned it, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, with the Hermit. Yeah, your vulnerability is a gift to those who have earned it. So I like the fact that I said to those who have earned it before I drew the Hermit in this reversal bottom of the deck, which is to say, we're vulnerable with those who hold our standards for us. But that's why if someone doesn't hold our standards for us, they don't deserve our vulnerability, is what I keep on hearing. One moment, please. Animal spirit guide for Bean. Yeah, you're not cake. Not everybody deserves a slice, right? And it's like, don't let someone try to compare your relationship. Like, don't let someone try to compare their relationship to you to another's, because this is why I keep on hearing care is unconditional, which means you don't change what another has because you're giving something to someone else, is what I keep on hearing. This is why it's like vulnerability is a gift. Those who've earned it deserve the right to it. Thank you as well, Ryan. Oh, thank you as well. Sending you support, Bridget, and thank you for that beautiful gift. You're so welcome, Ryan. I'm working with King of Pentacles daily. I like that, Ella. Figured I'd let you know just in case. Yes, Kat. Yeah, I've already posted it, dear. It's all listed in the notes that I posted. All right, I'll post it again. You can also find it if you go to the link, if you go to the link in my bio, it's all there. Okay. There you go. All right. Raven is in my book series. Oh, that's great, Ella. Thank you. And Irma, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You can also get on the list with the gift of a baby dragon. Oh, thank you, Kat, for confirming. You're so welcome, Ava. Okay, can I get one card for Kelly on the individual? Whoa, hold on a minute. All right, I'm looking. Crystal, could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? And just bear with me a moment. Let me just confirm the list right now. Hold on a moment. And just a reminder, if you have information that is relevant for our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life, you can include that information in the donation and the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it if you're a subscriber in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. We've got 3 spots left for today if anyone else would like to get on the list. And thank you, Irma, for resubscribing. All right. Crystal, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? No, I've got you. Hold on a minute. I'm just checking back. I just got to read back, dear. Hi there, Soup. I got you, dear. All right, Chrissy, I claimed a spot. Question, let me type it. Okay. How would you feel? Okay. Got it. Yep, I see it too. Okay, perfect. All right, let me just get past, let me just finish these 1 cards and we'll get back to your reading. One moment, Chrissy. And we're gonna pause the 1 cards right now for subscribers, so just hold on a moment. All right. Already did that one. You're so welcome, Ella. I'm so glad that resonated. You're so welcome, Ava. All right, Kelly, 1 card. I see some, like, it feels like someone trying to get their confidence up to say something. I feel like they're looking for an opportunity, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, like I feel like I keep on hearing someone who's worried about making something awkward, you know? I see somebody worried about making it awkward, but they're hoping for some kind of opportunity that gives you a chance. Like I almost feel like somebody looking for like some, like trying to figure out what you're interested in to be able to like be like, do you want to do something with me? Is what I keep on hearing. So yep, I've got them now. Can we do 1 card continuing career for yesterday? Okay. Um yeah, you know, the thing about it that I'm seeing is um there is, you know, the thing about it is it almost feels like there's something about like trusting your intuition on that is what I'm seeing, you know? Bottom of the deck, you know, especially with the King of Pentacles, I'm almost getting a sense of potentially, you know, like stating, like if there's somewhere that you're planning on moving to, just putting it as the location is what I'm seeing to help reaffirm like where you're going to be is what I'm getting, you know? Um, hold on a minute. Yeah, 1 card. Yeah, because I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing if it's a done deal, like if it's a done deal, you're already technically there, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like it's okay. I keep on hearing if you haven't settled there yet, but you are, and it's already like if it's a done deal, then it's pretty much the same thing, you know? Thank you. I thought it was great cards too, Fig. I got you, Kat. Nikki, did you get on the list? I thought of pigs earlier. Oh, that's wild. Eros, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I saw a fox up close today. Oh, that's so cool. All right. 1 card on connection with TT. All right. I mean, I feel like there's some kind of issue in relationality to boundaries between you and them. you know? Like it feels like somebody's got their guard up. Bottom of the deck. Whoa, like heavy is what I keep on seeing. So make sure you're honoring another's boundaries in relationality to what they articulated. One card, animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with this Sal. We say what we mean what we say. We don't say things to get our way. And so, if someone if it's like if someone's told you to like I keep on hearing we honor boundaries by being clear about what we want. We don't say things hyperbolically, right? You have to say to someone like, look, I this is me honoring your boundaries and like kind of leaving it there. Because I see even there, like there's something about them working into a feeling of feeling energetically like supported or seen. And it does feel like somebody carries trauma in some way. Yep, I've got you on the list, Chrissy. I did. I pulled your one card, Bridget. It was a Two of Swords. And it was basically said, you're open for conversations, but not tellings, which is to say, you're open for something that feels reciprocal in terms of being able to receive something and having productive, but no tellings, which is someone telling you things, but not being available to receive anything back, is what I kept on hearing. You got the salmon as your animal spirit guide, which says, you're not saying no to a conversation, but you're saying, but another person has to like meet you and be willing to do the work to have one. Nikki, I haven't pulled one for you. I missed your question. I didn't see it come through. Four of Wands, cool. Two of Wands in reverse. Curious that what the whole not focusing on form means. So it just says to me again, like not looking and saying like I want the relationship between me and this person to change, but saying this is the type of relationship I'm looking for, right? Like I'm not like you're not trying to like this is like what I want in relationality to like the relationship, not looking and saying I want this person to change, if that makes sense. I got you, Kat, and I got you, Chrissy. No, that's not what I meant by that. Yeah, I hope that clarifies it. I did get your payment, Kat. And Irma, thank you for resubscribing. All right, excellent. I needed that affirmation. You're so welcome, Dean. Yes, when you care about a person, you can be open to learning something you did not understand. Always. Completely agree. All right, so we're reading now for Chrissy. How would they feel if you reached out? Can I get 4 cards, please? 4 cards. I mean, I think somebody would see it as an invitation to um, like return back into your life, is what I'm seeing. You know, I feel like somebody would see it as you trying to, um, as some kind of invitation to restart some kind of communication. Um, I see somebody, you know, I keep on seeing like the disparity point between you and another person. Like I see like, and I just want to stress this again, like I see a situation where someone like misses you, but they don't necessarily want the same things as you. And again, whatever this, like, I just keep on seeing, like, I keep on seeing, like, someone is like caught in the quagmire of where you energetically left something. Um, and it does feel like there was some kind of issue in relationality to the priority that you had in their life, or the identification on um, working to fix something. So I will tell you that if you were to reach out to them in that fashion, it feels like they would take it almost as an I forgive you moment. Like, I know that you would try to communicate. Um, like, I know you'd be trying to communicate. Like, it feels like all they would hear in the communication is that you are forgiving them, and that you like they would just see that as the desire to like want to kind of energetically pick up where you left off. So I would just be very conscientious if there's communication that occurs after that, um, in relationality to not stepping over whatever the issue was that caused the separation in the first place. Because it does feel like they would see it not only like as the space that you've restored communication, but also that like you were ready to move past whatever that difficult conversation was that caused the separation in the first place. Um, I want to give you some bottom of the deck information, something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, I just keep on seeing a situation or circumstance like there's some kind of wariness here. I keep on hearing words were said. I don't know if you got into some like harsh words with someone, but I almost see some kind of circumstance or situation where like another person is still in like some kind of energetic recovery point as it relates to something harsh that you said to them. Um, so I feel like there's something like I see somebody looking at something with a little trepidation, particularly if you drew a line as it relates to communication, is what I keep on seeing. So it does like, I feel like it's probably the space of someone um, like being a little puzzled by it too, you know? Like I see somebody looking at something with a sense of like uncertainty because I just keep on feeling like it feels like there's been like I feel like there's a tug of war between you and them in terms of like what they want versus what you want, you know? Um, so just be conscientious about that because again, if you articulated the fact that you weren't like you were not satisfied by the conditions to which someone was arriving to you in your life, um, like make sure I keep on hearing like I see somebody that's almost feeling like that's you saying in some way, shape, or form that like all sins are forgiven. Like you're willing, like you're ready, you want to work something out. So just be conscientious of that because I keep on hearing like they'll definitely see it as some kind of like hidden message within it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Chrissy, and thank you for being a subscriber. All right. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 56.7K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And Irma, thank you for subscribing. Oh, that sounds delicious, Rainbow. Nikki, I didn't do your one card. I didn't see the question come through. Can you repost it? And yes, Kat, I got you. That makes sense. Thank you, Kelly. And Danielle, thank you for the follow. Oh, wow, that's wild. That's wild, Grace. Oh, that's interesting. Yep, I understand. All right, I got you, Irma. The next person on the list today is I'm looking for Kat. Kathy, can you let me know if you'd like a general? And just bear with me. I'm taking a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I've got you, Nikki. I see it now. All right. Hi there, Vander. How are you doing? You're so welcome, Chrissy. 222. Did I give? I don't think you did. I'll double check. No, Kat, I've only got you. I only have the one donation sent. I got you. Okay, perfect. All right. And bear with me a moment. Okay, I've got you, Kat. Happy to do a pet reading for you. And just bear with me a moment. Let me just get Irma's love reading, please. Can I get one card for Irma on love, please? One card for Irma on love. I've got the 3 of Swords in its upright, which says, I feel like there's something about love right now in relationality to honoring but letting go of the past, which is letting, understanding that the pain that you experience is not the condition by which you will arrive to love. Bottom deck, especially Knight of Pentacles, giving others the benefit of the doubt, not punishing others for the pain that others have caused to you. I see I keep on hearing it's heavy right now and giving others the benefit of the doubt, animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the wolf, right? Which is to say, when someone hurts us in the past, every day that we move forward and we harden our hearts to because of that hurt is the day after that we choose to be hurt by them. So I feel like this is you honoring the past by letting go of the pain to arrive, not letting the pain change you is what I keep on hearing. You're so welcome, Grace. I got you now, Nikki. A card to help on letting go of past traumas, please. Yeah, the 8 of Swords is saying, again, it's not about letting go of them. It's about how to carry them, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, right? Not like the ability. I feel like it's the ability to face them and to recognize and to honor the pain of them that then allows you, I keep on hearing, that pain, as difficult as it was, has led you to where you are today. So if it's hard to hold, remember that was also a part of the journey. So that ability of holding it in a space that says, I wish I didn't have to experience it, but I'm also honoring the space that I've grown from it. I keep on hearing that is the gift, the ability to say, I wish I hadn't experienced it, but I did grow through it. That is your energetic celebration point. Yeah, especially with the owl, right? That's how wisdom, it's like the path of wisdom, which says often it's hard to grow from away from painful things, but it also gives us a context by which we are able to see more, right? Like we build into a deeper appreciation of what is good because of what we've experienced. I'm not sure why you keep on saying community fest there. Okay. You're so welcome, Irma. Thank you as well, Nikki. All right. We're going to do a reading right now for Kat, a pet reading. But just a reminder, if anyone wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. It's a great time to get on the list if you'd like to get on the list. We've got 3 spots left for today. 3 cards for 29 or more. Or the gift of a baby dragon will get you on the list. We also are doing 4 cards for a donation of 23 for subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just bear with me a moment. All right, 1 second. And hold on a minute. And if you get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. Perfect. All right. I'll be back in just a moment, Kat, and we'll begin your pet reading. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. Where were we? You're so welcome, Nikki. All right. Kat, can you please confirm that you're still here by just commenting so I know that you're still here and available for your reading? Also, friends, we're at 56.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this app to push out this reading to those who have not received it before. So thank you for helping and sharing these messages. I got you. All right, perfect. And again, before we get started, let's do another intuition check. All right, I've got an animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. Let me know your impressions. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We had the blackbird. Excellent. All right. Thank you. All right. Can I please get 3 cards for Kat? Pet reading, please. Oh, I am getting someone that doesn't like anyone but you. I'm getting some kind of energy. Like I'm getting some kind of energy here that's just like I mean they are they're not having it, you know? Like it's giving me some kind of energy of like we cannot be friends. Um there's also they're they they're very rooted to their spot, you know? This is giving me like I don't know if there's something. I don't know if you recently had a move. I don't know if you're planning on moving. Um, but I keep on hearing some kind of energy that they're I don't know if you found someone. I don't know if you found them somewhere, but um they're very fixed. It's interesting because it's like I'm reading on an energy that feels incredibly fixed to um very incredibly fixed to a location, you know? Like I keep on seeing someone returning back to something or like continuing like or they're also either they're looking for a place, but they're also looking for a person is what I keep on seeing. Um, you know, this is not the type of energy that I would around allow like around like it doesn't feel like the type of like energy that's like great around like smaller children is what I'm getting because I'm not sure why, but I'm picking up some kind of trauma around them in relationality to like feeling anxiety. I keep on hearing as long as someone gives them distance, they're fine. But they don't like being lifted. They don't like being picked up. Like this is giving me the type of energy of someone, I like to point out like some pets, some pets are very like lap oriented. Like some cats don't mind. They're almost like I read some cats are like puppies where it's like they're just kind of available. But this is the type of energy of like someone who they're very touchy about their territory. They do not want to be moved. And the thing is like if they've got it does feel like they've got a little bit of a vibration of tension between someone that's in their proximity that tries to I keep on hearing it's interesting. I'm reading the pet that says the pet's saying, I'm not a toy, which is interesting. Like the actual pet is saying, I'm not a toy. I'm not something to be played with. I'm not something to be, I'm not something to be lifted or moved around in that way. And I keep on seeing, like, I keep on having some kind of sensation of someone like chasing after them or trying to engage with them in some capacity that is potentially getting them very upset or some kind of experience that they were in that caused a lot of like I told you, some kind of early trauma in them. So I would be very mindful with a pet like this, like specifically in relationality to, I keep on hearing, especially in reality, relationality to like foreign hands, if you will, right? Like they are not like whatever it is that they have with you. They're like like you are the exception to the rule. Like you are the exception. They're going to navigate anyone that comes into their sphere with a lot of trepidation, but they keep on saying it's the trepidation that's built upon trauma. It's the trepidation of having, like I keep on hearing, having been picked up too much, the trepidation of having been lifted too much. Because I just keep on seeing, like it's interesting because this is the energy that says um Like I'm not a toy. I'm not something to be played with. Um, I'm not, and that's why if there's any, like if this is a situation where you bring others in, like this is like one of those situations, like this is that you have to let this them come to you, is what I keep on seeing. Um, I also see that there's something too I'm seeing about helping, like something to help through this a little. If you want to help them, this, um, if others come, if others come and you do need to get them more comfortable, give them treats, give them food, give them something that they like, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on hearing that the message that you have to help this particular um, pet with is the understanding that hands don't hurt, hands heal. Hands don't hurt, hands heal. Because I just keep on seeing that they've got a lot of trauma as it relates to hands reaching for them. Because I just see some kind of situation where someone was trying to treat them like a toy, was trying to pick them up too much. And so now they've got this anxiety that hands that are reaching for them are hands that are reaching for them are going to try to lift them or try to move them. And that's why I see that they get so skittish or they potentially run away. So the ability to say, like the hands that reach out that have food, right? The space of saying, look, these hands, they're not here. Like hands can feed you, is like how you can help heal this like with this animal. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, you see, like a lot of that six, there's a lot of this six of pentacles here. um I keep on, this feels like someone this is not this is not a people pet. This is not like it's like there's curiosity. I mean, this can heal in time, is what I'm telling you. Like this is not the nature by which you find someone. I feel like you found some kind of pet that's experienced some pretty serious trauma in some kind of way, shape, or form. But like that's why I keep on identifying that there's something by way of you being able to help them understand, like, it's something about being picked up, is what I keep on hearing. Like there was I'm getting some kind of big family energy, a lot of small children, somebody being lifted too much. You know what I mean? Like I'm just seeing some kind of situation where someone does not like to be jostled or someone doesn't like to be moved around. But that's why I mean, like this is something that can heal over time, but the ability to help them understand. I keep on hearing not all hands that are reaching for you are trying to pick you up. Like that is the healing that needs to come through, right? Because it's not all hands that reach for you are trying to pick you up, is the space of them not being so trepidatious, um, particularly as it relates to uh, like being handled or being taken care of. So just I feel like this is the type of work that takes patience, right? Because I feel like you've already built that bond of trust with them, but this is how you can extend that, because it's like I see that the issue is saying to them, not only you don't have to be the exception, there are others that can come towards them that are also they're also going to, like, you know what I mean, like I feel like that's the thing, you have to extend the circle, if you will. You have to extend the circle in relationality to the energy that says you, versus being like me but also them, like helping someone helping someone get used to like more company, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like you can start by doing this with potentially having like one person, especially if this is a situation where someone might need to care for them when you're not there. Start doing this work now. Start doing this work now, is what I keep on seeing. Okay. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kathy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to receive them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person on the list for today is Kathleen. And thank you so much. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through. And we're also at 57.3K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a giveaway. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right. And thank you for those roses, Figs. They find me. Yes. I mean, but you're like, I feel like you're like pet whisperer to them. You know, I feel like you bring a lot of like like you're just like the injured animals. Like there's a lot of that, like, you know, but you get it. I can see you get it. Like you understand. Like I feel like you're very intuitively connected with them, you know? Thank you so much for the follow, Karen. Yes, I rescued him. He's touchy. Yeah, I can see the touchiness. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't pick him up. Thank you for confirming. I know you and I mean, like, you know, you know, I think, I mean, but it's not mean. It's just that, you know, it's they, you know, I can see it. It's like, you know, it's from a place of anxiety. I just pet him. He's comfortable that way. But that's what I said. You have to help. I feel like, you know, I feel like you can help them understand that not all hands want to lift them, is what I keep on hearing. Must be a Taurus kitty. Okay, thank you. Snacks help. Yes, thank you so much for the heart, Mies Kath. I feel like he's been beat. I keep on, I don't think it's been beaten. I keep on hearing mishandled. You know? Like I just keep on hearing it feels like someone was like treating them like they were some kind of toy to be picked up and played with. Like it almost feels like, and I felt like I was seeing very small hands, like child hands, you know? That makes sense. You're so welcome, Kat. Thank you for confirmation on the reading, Kat. Those were for my daughter. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, Coraline. Is it possible to read some third-party energy? Of course. I am. I've saved many. You know, I can see it. You're like, it's, like they're like they know. Like you get it. Like I can see you've got the vibe. Like you know what it means when they're like that's why they trust you. You know. I don't know. I'm kind of bothered. Told me. Oh boy. Oh geez, Louise, Kath, what's going on? Okay, I got you. All right, let's do it. All right, and if anyone wants to, but before we get started on cat, I'm you support if you're going through that. Let's do an intuition check before we proceed. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 2 spots left before the list will be closed for the day. So go ahead if you'd like to secure one of those spots. Also, if you have information that is relevant to our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. All right, before we get started, let's do that intuition check. All right, I've got an animal oracle card here. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. We'll see who gets closest. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You know, I will never get over the fact that every time I'm about to read for someone, they always have a tendency of getting it. Kath, it was a swan. I like it. All right, let's get to it. Thank you guys so much for participating. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. We're also at 57.8K likes. All right, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Can I get 4 cards? What's going on with this? What's going on? What's going on? Someone is not being honest about what's going on. Somebody be telling some tales. Somebody be telling some tales. Somebody be telling some tales. Somebody be telling a long, long tale. This is some not. This is funny. I mean, you know what's happening. I feel like you know what's happening here. You know that this is somebody like, you know, like they've got this whole story that they've concocted about what happened between you both that makes you seem like you're the one, you know, they've got a whole story that makes it like that tries to validate. Like I feel like this is someone who did some like really unreasonable stuff towards you. So what have they done? They've created a story by which they feel validated in doing something that is exceptionally not correct. You know, like this is what happens. I feel like you got an indication of this from someone. I think you got an indication of this when you were with them. You know, the story that validates their ridiculous behavior. So what do you think? Like, why do you think that this person's peeking in on you? Because they've created a story about you to validate their ridiculous behavior. You know, like this feels like a lot of this feels like I keep on hearing like the song that they're singing in something that they did that was untowards to you was I was protecting myself. This is how this is what they're saying. They're trying to make something they did reasonable by trying to frame it like they were protecting themselves. They were, like, I can see it. They're going. I was the victim. I am protecting my, like, you know, like they're wounded birding it. They're wounded birding it. So yeah, this is why this person is, you know, hook, line, and sinker. I feel like they did this to you. I feel like you got indications of their tendency of doing this. You know, like it's a drag. It's like a wing drag. You know, like I see someone that's trying to articulate about the fact that, you know, oh, they're not what they appear to be. You know, but meanwhile, I mean, you know, it's not. They're going to find it. I feel like, and I think that, you know, and I think the thing is, and I think the reason you know is because it seems like it's the same thing that they articulated to you about the last relationship they were in. You know, it's giving me a lot of that. Like I feel like you found someone in some kind of help me, and then you found, and I think that you know, I feel like I see you having navigated a help me to be like the help me from them became the help me from you, right? And then when you finally had to put those boundaries up, they're back in help me, right? So this is why um the will say is whatever this third party energy you're picking up, I feel like they already recognize the fact that something, like I feel like I see somebody that realizes that something that they're saying doesn't check out. You know, like I'm seeing some kind of circumstance or situation here. Like I don't, if it's anything, if there's anything if there's anything positive here, I see somebody, I see somebody like this. Is what I keep on seeing. Which is like I see somebody when I say like I see somebody like this, it's like I see somebody looking at something like something that they're saying like it's like something that they're saying. Like I mean, like I just I keep on whatever the third party energy is that you're picking up on, the face they're making is this, which is to go like it feels like they're looking because the sound that they're making is nah. Like, they're going nah. Like that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any it feels like someone is like what is it like what is that meme? Like, oh no, like I tailed too close to the sun. Like you know what I mean? Like it feels like somebody it feels like someone who like it's like I keep on hearing them go, I tailed too close to the sun, which means like the thing that they used to do, I feel like in the context of you has like fallen apart on itself because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. You know, like it just it feels like the third party energy you're picking up on is somebody's story floundering around them before something has even begun. Because I just keep on seeing someone being like I feel like someone being like, yeah, I checked that. It's just like it doesn't appear that that's what's happening. Is what I keep on seeing. Like I see somebody like licking their finger and like turning a page because they've got some like spectacles on. Like this is the thing. I see someone being like, okay, I see someone going on June 30th, you said this. That turns out to be a lie. I see somebody going, that turns out to be a lie, is what I keep on seeing. So if you're picking up something like that, I don't feel like nothing I have from this reading feels like it's negatively directed to you. It feels like someone like scrutinizing something. Like I see a pair of spectacles. I see them being like, and they're going, like they're going, that's not right. They're going, that's not right. That doesn't make any sense. Right? Like this, you see this? Like this is what I mean. Like, no, I was, and someone being like, um, eh, like bottom of the deck. Yeah, you know, it's like it feels like it's like it's. I feel like somebody like I remember like this is great. I just told you someone tailed too close to the sun. Like I tailed too close to the sun, and we pulled the sun card bottom of the deck, which means like they can't there's something about you like what they like it doesn't check out is what I keep on seeing. Like I see someone like I literally see someone who's looking towards you and being like that doesn't make like that doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't make any sense. Like it's like it's like a full stop moment, you know? Like it's not I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing you can't say someone's crazy who's fully sane is what I'm getting. It's like it's like it's really giving me it's giving me some kind of energy of someone who has this tendency of like talking talking about these like massive try I just keep getting a kind of a scenario where again I need to point out like this is why we don't we don't find any small slight to react in completely unacceptable ways. So I see a situation where like like somebody has unreasonable responses to things, but then when they come out of the situation, they try to amplify the grievance, right? They try to amplify the grievance to give validation for something that doesn't make sense. But that's why I keep on hearing like there's a little bit of a poof moment happening, because I see that they're in some kind of energetic connection with someone that isn't that's already scrutinizing. Like they're scrutinizing because they're like, that doesn't like I see somebody who's like they're already like shaking their head and they're being like, and I see them like checking on something because they're saying something you say, like something they're saying about you just doesn't feel like it checks out, is what I keep on hearing. So, like I said, don't, I feel like there's something about it. Like, I feel like if anything, like, I feel like you already knew this, like, let this reading reaffirm, like, I feel like it's like, I keep on hearing, like, there's something about it itself that feels like a full circle moment because I feel like it's the reaffirmation in relationality to like your decision, your decision to have some kind of closure on something that feels or like identifies as wholly unreasonable. You know, um, thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. We've got 2 spots left for today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. I was about to ask, is it a bird? You did a great job there, Kath. I like the popcorn purr. Thank you as well, Nikki. Oh, that's kind of you to say. What do you say? He might be telling, no, this is what I'm not getting a mite about it. I just keep on hearing, I'm doing this reading and I just keep on hearing, I was defending myself. Right? I keep on hearing somebody say, I was defending myself. But I see somebody else being I see, I keep on hearing the word scrutinizing because somebody's story isn't checking out. I need to recall his backstory. Yes. I already expected him. I already let him go for my peace of mind and my heart. Oh, sending you so much support. Yeah, yeah, that's funny. I'm glad to hear this. You're so welcome, Kath. That boomerang. Yeah, it's what I feel like. Yeah, and again, the sun. Yeah, the sun is present, which is saying to me like it's giving me like I don't think this is like I said like it's like the like I keep on hearing the life changing power of minding your business. Yes, I keep on hearing. Like if I'm minding my business and you're minding my business, who's minding your business? Like if I'm minding my business and you're minding my business, who's minding your business? I don't think, yeah, I don't, I literally, I keep on here. It doesn't feel like it's directed at you. It feels like someone being like, I just see them being like they're shaking their head and being like, you know, you're so welcome, Kath. I'm glad you made the list as well. And Little Hawk, thank you for those gifts. Good to see you. All right, friends. Final call for today. Final call for today. If there's anyone who would like a full reading, we've got 2 spots left for today before the list will be closed. If there's any subscribers who would like a 1-card pull, who have not had a card pull today, you can now have your cards pulled. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as it was reading. And as I mentioned, there are 2 spots left for today if anyone would like a full reading. Perfect. Okay. All right. I'm glad you made today's list too, Kath. Who's minding your business? I love this. I can't claim it. It was a meme, but it's been coming up. It's been coming up a lot this week. 1 card for Little Vamp, please. And thank you for the hashtags, Little Hawk. The Fool card. Yeah, like, again, it's funny that I was bringing that up before, but it feels a lot about, like, I see you just like, just don't let it bother you. I know I'm saying that to an Aries, like, I know how hard it is for Aries when I say but I feel like there's something important to navigate in relationality. I keep on seeing there's something important to navigate, um, as it relates to, I feel like you're just not staying present for things that aren't for you, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with this 10 of Pentacles and its reversal. It looks good on you. It's like you just being like, I prefer not to. Like this, like, honestly, like, don't match energy. Like, be the energetic force of change. Like, I feel like it's a guide saying it looks good on you, especially if you're taking, like, I keep on hearing, if you're taking a different tactic, is what I keep on hearing. 1 card for Little Vamp, please. Yeah, especially with the seal, right? Like, okay, like not feeling. I keep on feeling like you're not, like you're just like, I feel like you're holding yourself more preciously than you ever have before, which is almost saying you're not going to get. I feel like honestly, the difference between you can't talk to me that way and I'm not going to let you talk to me that way is the difference between trying to school someone and walking away, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Which is like, you can't talk to me that way versus being like, and now you won't because I'm not here. Ta-da. Agreed. Thank you, Little Vamp. Yes, I sure am. All right, final call right now for anyone who would like a reading today. Any subscribers who have not had cards pulled. Thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here. We will be back on. We might be back on. We might be back on Sunday, but we'll definitely be back on Monday. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile and hit the bell there, and that will turn on notifications. But sometimes the app doesn't like to let you know when I've gone live, so you can also register directly for the event on Monday. For those who are subscribers, I will be updating the Discord as it relates to whether I'll be on Sunday or not. If you became a subscriber today, I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel. Introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find there a special coupon code in the perk section that will give you an additional discount to our tarot class subscription. Our next tarot class will be held on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Devil card. But if you sign up now, you'll have access to the classes. So if you want to catch up, now's a great time to catch up. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. and the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And I will see you again definitely on Monday, maybe on Sunday. Have a great day, everyone.